Things that I the things I miss about my grandma are me and my sister Mackenzie doing foot races around the driveway, and my grandma would do commentary and time us. She always cheered us on at all of our activities. I would DJ at dance at granny parties and carry the banner at parades with my grandpa while Grammy danced. When we would get on the school bus, she would say reading is the key to learning to be nice, kind, brave, and angels watch over you. After school, we would talk on the porch. Other times, when we came over to her house, we would play games together, go to the playground, have drawing contests, dance parties, and work on granny routines. She would give us snacks when we watched some of our favorite movies like Polar Express and Coco. When we first found out that she was gone, I started to cry, and I would cry every night. I miss her so much and still do today. Darrel Brooks, you took her from me, my sister, and my family. The things we will miss the most are not seeing her again, her smile, her laugh, being able to talk to her, and doing fun things with her. My sister and I pray every night for our Grammy and our
Still
family.
doesn't care.
Grammy, I will see you in my dreams, and I know you will be watching over me.
He still doesn't care. He just has no feeling towards it.
Thank you, Your Honor, for accommodating that request, and we have nothing further at this time.
Oh,
Right,
when he
then,
gets into Gen
we
Pop, that's
will
going to be
bring in the
rough on
individuals
him.
who are on the Zoom, and then I'll give them some instructions on how that should proceed.
It's going to be just rough on him,
Do you have all three trying to
and
do?
that's going to be just. I am surprised that nobody's jumped over that damn barrier at him yet. Just the BS that he's pulled.
Is this your mom? All right, so I can see Dawn Woods on the
Oh, this
Zoom.
should
Miss
be
Woods, can you
interesting.
hear me?
Yes, ma'am, I can hear you.
All right, thank you. I know you
Feel
have your
for this
camera
lady.
on. You're unmuted. There are two other individuals on the Zoom. They currently have their cameras off. I believe they're both muted. I would just simply ask that we take one person in turn. You are on the Zoom. It is viewable in the courtroom. I want to acknowledge, ma'am, I did receive what I believe is a written statement that you faxed to the court.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and then if that is, I'm not sure who joined us at the moment. All right, is that Ms. Edwards? All right, Ms. Edwards, if you could please, I'm gonna have Ms. Woods talk first, and then I'll have you next. If you could keep your camera off and your microphone muted until it's your turn to talk. That way I can give my full attention to Ms. Woods.
Sure.
Oh, this should be fun.
There we go. Very good. Thank you. All right. So once again, Ms. Woods, I believe you sent in a fax yesterday. Is that right?
No, I believe it was this morning.
Oh, this morning. All right. I have
Yes,
that.
ma'am.
And I've read it. Go ahead. What would you like to tell the court? And thank you for being with us today.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon. I have two things I would like to tell. One is a written statement, Your Honor, and then I have a poem I would like to read after my statement, if that's permissible.
Oh, she's a poet.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Mental illness affects everyone. It destroys lives, families, and hurts society. For far too long,
But he
it's
was
been a
never
dirty
found
little
mentally
secret
ill,
in
woman.
families that no one wants to talk about. Mental illness is the elephant in the room that so many pretend it's not there. People who suffer from it are often shunned by families and friends, rejected by society, and made fun of, the subject of bad jokes, ridiculed, and judged on YouTube, podcasts, Facebook, and other media posts.
But you don't
Used in
have to
campaign
watch them.
ads, disrespected, stripped of their dignity. No one cares. No one sees their pain or hears their cries and pleas for help. There are the forgotten ones, and viewed by many of not having a place in a
So
society.
what does this have to do with anything?
It is
So
no
we
fault of
understand
their
what mental
own that they have
illness is
become
all about,
ill
but what does this have
and
to do
began
with
to
Darrel
change
Brooks?
from the person we all knew. Once viewed as fun, loving, and kind, are now the outcasts of society. We say they're what's wrong with society? They're idiots, unfit. They need to be disposed of, thrown out with the rest of the trash. They serve no purpose.
That
The
is not
same, my brother's keeper,
true.
doesn't apply to them. And the Bible, in the book of Philippians, chapter 2, verse 4, it says, let each
Oh,
of
don't
you
get on quoting
not look
Bible there,
only to
woman.
his own interests, but also the interests of others. Mental illness caused them to do the unthinkable. They must be punished. Yes, I agree. There should be some accountability for their actions.
No,
But we
all
also must
accountability
render.
is for their
Oh,
own actions.
what good is punishment without correction to prevent the act from happening again?
It didn't
In
prevent
their
it. It
cases,
never has.
or many of their cases, treatment, therapy, medication, hospitals, and institutions that specialize in helping those who suffer with mental illness need to be offered. And I believe these places can help those who suffer become mentally well. I believe lawmakers and society as a whole need to recognize mental illness. Mental illness cannot be eradicated with prison bars. Mental illness is going to always be there. It's invasive. With treatment and therapy, medication, and hospitals and institutions that specialize in the treatment of mental illness, it can be controlled. What else can we do as a society to help those who suffer from
There's a
mental
difference
illness?
between mental illness
How about showing a little
and
compassion,
moral
empathy, and some
emptiness.
understanding? Families need to advocate for those who cannot speak for themselves
She
or
did
who struggle
nothing
to understand what's
his
happening
entire
to them.
life, knowing how he
Lawmakers
was.
should support by providing resources to individuals so they can get the help they need. Now, I've been dealing with mental illness for over 30 some odd years.
So
And
do you
here's
need to be
my
locked
take
up?
on it.
Did you run down a group of people?
And I think I have a little insight on it. From the surface, I believe that treatments need to be offered. I believe that if treatment is offered early,
The
when the
treatment was
signs of
never
mental illness
offered.
first shows, and it's addressed and stayed on
Has he
top
been
of,
examined
instead
by
of
a
let people
doctor?
lagger
Has he
and
been
fall through the
found to be
cracks,
mentally ill?
just maybe there would be less court cases and less people crying because their loved ones
See, this
was
is what
hurt
people don't understand about
or was
mental
injured or
illness.
killed because
That's not going to
someone
change.
of mental illness attacked them. Maybe
Medication is
needs to
not
be
going to
done.
help every mental
treatment
illness.
needs to be done early and right away and stayed up on, and not let people fall through the crack holes and not be shunned out the door as the saying, you don't have a mental illness, you're just a bad person. And
He is a bad person.
Jail is not the only answer. Help, treatment, hospitalization, and medication
Well, here's some good help.
plays a big role
A
in
lobotomy.
preventing this where we are today if it would have been offered sooner. Now, I have a poem that I have adopted, not just
great.
for my son Darrel, but for all the people who suffer from mental illness, and I let this be my theme and some inspiration. And I hope that Darrel will find strength in this poem. I
Well,
sent
why
it
don't
to
you
him,
call him? Why don't
and
you
it's a
give him
poem that was written by the late great Maya
how is this helping?
Angelou. I don't know if you're familiar with her writings, but she was a brilliant poet. And she wrote this poem back in 1969 for a totally different reason. It was during the racial injustice era, but I believe it applies to those who suffer.
Oh, so
from
now you're going to
mental
call
illness
out
as
racial
well.
justice.
It's
Oh,
called
great.
Caged Bird. A free bird leaps on the back of the wind and floats downstream till the current ends, and dips his wing in the orange sun rays and dares to touch the sky. But a caged bird that stalks down his narrow cage can seldom see through his bars of rage. His wings are clipped and his feet are tied, and he opens his throat to sing. The caged bird sings with fearful thrill of things unknown but longed for still, and his tune is heard on the distant hill, for the caged bird sings of freedom. The free bird thinks of another breeze, and the trade winds that when soft
Ugh.
winds with soft
Come on, lady, get with
signs
it.
through the trees, and the fat worms waiting on the dawn's bright lawn, and he names the sky his own. But a caged bird stands on the grave of dreams. His shadow shouts on the nightmare scream. Their wings are clipped. Their feet are tied. They open their mouths to sing.
It
The
just shows
caged
she
bird
has
sings
the same
a fearful
moral
thrill of things
voidness
unknown,
as her own son.
but long for still.
Now, what about the
And his
children
tune is heard
that this
on a
man ran
distant
over? What about
hill.
the women
The
and
caged
children,
birds sing
men,
of freedom. Everyone who suffers
grandfathers,
from mental illness is caged.
the lives that he's taken? Oh, so now he's going to shed a tear because
all
his
they
mom's
want
talking,
is to be
but he couldn't
free
shed a tear
of
for
their
a single
illness
life that he
and
took.
become mentally well. I believe as a society, we have an obligation to help those become mentally well with treatment, medication, hospitalization, or sent to an institution where
How many
they
institutions have they
can
sent him to? Did any of those
get the
correct his behavior,
intense help.
or did it make
And
it
if they have to
worse?
stay for the rest of their lives away from society, at least they are getting the help they need to become mentally well. We are our brother's keepers. And I also want to say to the families who lost loved ones and those who suffered injuries,
You don't even bother
that I know their
apologizing
pain,
because he doesn't
and
care.
I pray that the
You
Lord
didn't
would
do
continue
this.
to
You may
comfort
contributed to
and
it, to his
heal
behavior,
each of them.
but you didn't do this.
Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Ms. Woods, and I should have said this earlier. I have 3 monitors in front of me, and the monitor that I'm pointing at right now is the monitor that the Zoom shows up, so that's why I look like I'm turned away, but I'm actually watching you.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Then I'll turn next to Mary Edwards. If you want to turn your camera on.
The only
and
time that he's
unmute,
going to
and then
shed a
Ms.
tear
Woods,
is
if you
whenever
would.
it
Ma'am.
has something to do with him, because he feels nothing for these people.
If you want to take her camera.
Good afternoon.
He wants
And
the
I should
woe
say
is
for the
me.
record that obviously Dawn Woods was the first speaker, and then I have Mary Edwards. If you can let me know who's next to you, please.
Oh, there's no one next to me at the moment. Thank you. Okay. Are we good to
Who's-
go?
I need to know who's in the room with you, because I saw them.
Oh, that's my husband.
Okay,
Okay, he's not in the room at the moment.
well, all right, that's okay.
He's not here.
I just wanted to know I
Is
saw
the
someone
problem
else.
with him being here?
No, he can be there since I know who it is. We'll just,
All right, my husband is
Now
here.
this is a well-dressed woman right here. She
will he
came
be
prepared.
speaking or
Okay.
just you?
No, no, he's not speaking.
All right, go ahead. Thank you for being here today. And again, if I look like I'm looking to the side, it's because that's where the monitor that I can see you is located. So go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. For the record, my name is Dr. Mary Darlene Edwards, and I am not the wicked grandmother of the West. I am the grandmother of Darrel
A doctor.
Edward Brooks Jr.
Doctor of
And I
what?
asked to be here today for two reasons. First of all, from the bottom of my heart, I want to offer my sincere apologies to those who have been hurt so badly by what has happened here.
She has
this,
nothing to apologize
tragedy
for.
that has been caused by my grandson. I want to also apologize to the family of the little boy. I understand their name is Sparks. And to all of those whose lives have been damaged by this overwhelming tragedy.
Why is she
As
apologizing?
a minister of the gospel of Jesus Christ,
You
I
can feel
want
empathy.
to give the family and those who've been hurt so badly the scripture, blessed are those who mourn, for they shall be comforted. And I say this, please know that it's my prayer that my grandson will sincerely and humbly apologize and ask all of you and God for forgiveness for this horrible, terrible deed. Some of you have said that you will never forgive him.
Why
Please do
would
not
they?
be like the man who drank the poison and hoped his enemy would die.
No.
Unforgiveness is a terrible disease, just like mental illness is. Truly, there have been many losses because of this tragedy.
That
Darrel's
was not
mother
part
has
of his
lost a
defense.
son.
His defense was
I've
not
lost a
mental illness.
grandson. Darrel's children have lost a father.
No, they didn't.
And Darrel has lost his mind and his life in
No.
the outside world. Darrel's
This
behavior,
is the kind of
including
woman
his
that just
voice,
enables
should
extra
get
shit to happen.
the attention of the powers that be, both near and far. Darrel has suffered from bipolar since the age of 12.
Oh,
And it was that disorder that caused him to drive through that crowd.
No.
It is my prayer
No.
that he will be treated
no.
for this illness
Bipolar does
and
not have you
managed
drive
in a
through a crowd.
facility that addresses mental health concerns.
How many
We
people have
must
bipolar
start
disorder?
with a younger generation.
Do you see them driving through
Finally,
crowds?
I'm 80 years old,
It's all a blame.
and I
It's
have
all
been
an
an ordained
excuse. It's all a
minister for the
deflection.
gospel of Jesus Christ for 47 of these 80 years. If you look at my background, you will see that God has used my life to bring about positive change in multitudes of residents in the city of Detroit and beyond. I share this information not to boast. That is not my intention, but rather to let you know that I care about people and their well-being.
But you had
I've
nothing
spent more
to
than
help
half
out.
of my life
Whenever he
helping
needed you
what
the
the
most, you
Bible
did nothing
calls
for
the
him.
least of these, AKA society's rejects.
But you
Since
wouldn't
this
help
tragedy,
him.
I have become a mental health coach. This will help me better understand this horrible disease, which has plagued my family for generations. Presently, there is a church in Detroit that is planning to establish a mental health clinic on the east side of Detroit. Without hesitation, I will support this effort and do everything I can to help those struggling with mental illness. Before I close, I just want to share with you some facts with regard to mental illness. And I got this from the government's mental health website. There's a myth that said mental health problems don't affect me.
See,
Many
this
people
is
don't feel like it affects them. That's a myth.
this is
It
stupid.
affects everyone. It's a common problem. In 2020, and listen to this, 1 in 5
Oh,
American
let's read
adults
something off
experience a
of the
mental
government's
health
website about
issue.
mental illness.
1 in 6 young people experience a major
That was not part of his
depression
defense.
episode.
He's not mentally
1 in
ill.
20 Americans lived with a serious mental illness, such as schizophrenia, bipolar disease, or major depression.
Oh, it's
Suicide is
society's fault
a
now.
leading cause of death in the United States. In fact, it was the second leading cause of death for people ages 10 to 24.
Unless you're
It
in a
accounted
parade.
for the loss of more than 45,979 Americans in 2020. That's nearly double the number of lives lost to homicide. As a result of this great tragedy,
Oh, why don't we talk about
I'm
cancer now?
dedicated
Maybe
to
cancer is causing it.
living the next chapter of my life with a mental health awareness campaign. I have faith to believe that God will hear the voices of all of those impacted by this horrible disease, as well as the cries of the mentally ill.
What about the
I
cries
thank
of
you
the
for this
children he ran
opportunity
over?
to share with you from the bottom of my heart, and my prayers will continue on for those who have been affected. God bless you all.
Thank you, Ms. Edwards.
Feel for ignorant people.
Is there anyone else on the Zoom, Madam Clerk?
No, and I reached out to Zach and he has not heard from anyone either.
They don't care.
All right, Mr. Brooks, we do not have anyone else.
Michelle Alworth, though.
Oh, we have Michelle Allworth.
Yes,
Sorry
it's
about
not
that.
Marshall Andrews.
Thank you, thank you. All right, if Ms. Allworth then would start her camera and unmute.
Is this going to be
and we'll
more
hear from
he's
her
mentally
next.
ill?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And you
Hi,
are?
my name is Michelle Allward. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Go ahead.
I'm kind of
please.
sick. My son is here in the room with me. He's sick from homeschool.
That's okay. Go
My
ahead.
name is Michelle. My name is Michelle Allworth. I met Darrel Brooks Jr. 17 years ago when we both lived in Sparks, Nevada. He became my best friend, and over time we became brother and sister to each other. We shared so many good times, whether it was hanging out at the house, listening to music, movies, or just having conversations, a good laugh. He always had a smile on his face and the best laughs and jokes. Going out to theaters and a movie, going out to eat, attending Hot August Nights, which is a car show in Reno, Nevada, the rib cook-off. He shared with me multiple times on a daily basis since this has happened last year, how remorseful he truly is. Sorry.
Oh, he shared with you.
He is a very private person when it comes to his feelings and emotions, and it only happens with family and close friends. They say blood is thicker than water. Well, you can choose to make your own family. I've chosen to make Darrel part of my family. I will always have his back, even with this tragic event. I suffer from medical issues as well. I have epilepsy and cerebral palsy. My whole life, I've had it my whole life. Darrel was there several times that I had seizures. He called 911, went to the ER with me, stayed with me by my side when I went home. And
It just
helped in
shows
any way that
Darrel
he could
preys
help
on
me.
the weak.
Sorry. Because of this reason and him being a family friend to me, he lived with me back in 2006 and again in either 2013 or 14. I'm glad he lived with me at those times because I black out during a seizure and I'm able to call 911. He lived with me for over a year. I wouldn't have let him had I not trusted him with my life. He had never shown any signs being this way on what happened November 21st, 2021. This is not the Darrel I know. He is a loving, compassionate, loyal, and humble person. He would give a complete stranger that needed it the shirt off his back, the last dollar in his pocket, or a
I
place to
doubt
stay.
that.
During this manic episode, he had blacked out the whole incident. I have prayed a lot since 2016 because of my medical issues and almost losing my life to a seizure, and even more now since this has all happened. I know what happened with those lives being lost and people being injured,
Yet
it's
he could
terrible.
show no remorse.
It's something Darrel will have to live with for the rest of his life, and
Only
I'll be
time he
carrying that
shows
with him,
remorse or
knowing
any
this
sort of
happened.
feeling is whenever it
I hope
involves
that
him. This is a
I hope that
self-centered,
he gets the help
narcissistic
he
little
needs
bitch.
for his mental illness. My hope as well is that he gets help in a mental facility, and that's it. Thank you very much for your time, everyone.
Judge isn't going to put him in a mental
Thank you.
facility.
All right, at this
That
time,
wasn't
Madam
his
Clerk, has anyone else
defense.
joined the Zoom? No. All right, then at this time, the court will close the Zoom. The proceedings are being live streamed and family and friends can watch that way as well. Mr. Brooks, I'll turn it over to you then. This is your opportunity to address the court. What, if anything, would you like to say, sir?
I do have a lot to say.
Oh, come with it.
I would like to stand up if I may.
Oh, please.
Go ahead.
Woe is me.
Emotional. I apologize for taking so long.
Oh, yeah. But you could show no emotion yesterday.
I want to start first. By giving glory to God.
Oh. Great.
I believe in Jesus Christ wholeheartedly. I
Sure.
believe that Jesus Christ is the Son of God. I believe that he was sent here by the Father to die for all of our sins, everybody.
But you're still...
Everybody in this courtroom today, everyone walking this planet, mostly for those of us who will believe. I believe that he was crucified on the cross at Calvary. And he shed his blood on that cross. And he died. And he was buried. And that he rose again after 3 days to glory. Took his glorious place at the right hand of the Father. The Bible says that he was exalted, given a name that is above all names.
Really?
So that at the name of Jesus,
This is what you're going to do.
every knee shall bow in heaven, on earth, and under the earth, and every tongue shall confess that Jesus is Lord to the glory of God the Father.
Okay, so what does this have to do with anything?
It's not just something that I was taught by my family. It's
No, it
something
wasn't.
I believe in my heart.
Now, how many times has he made this little speech? How many times has he shed the
I just
crocodile tears?
want to clarify one thing.
Oh, come with it. Clarify. Pick it up.
A lot of references was made to one of the things I said regarding my conscience being clear.
Oh.
And having the time to think about it last night and to understand
Come with it. Spit it out,
that the
Darrel.
victims have the right to feel how they want to feel. They have the right to their opinions.
Dude.
Understanding that there's a lot of emotion, pain, frustration, anger, hatred, a lot of
No, they're
emotions.
just done with you.
But I don't want that comment to be twisted. I don't want that comment to become another narrative that's ran
Narrative.
with and taken out of context.
It wasn't taken out of
That comment
context.
was made is because I made
You said it.
the decision to rededicate my life to Christ when this tragedy happened. In no way did that comment refer to not having any remorse, not having
You've shown
any
no remorse.
understanding.
You've done the opposite.
It was strictly made to that point that I have repented, that I have asked God for forgiveness, that I have sent many prayers up.
Oh, so you kill some people and then you get religion and you think that's going to save you.
Learning how to
It's not how it
wrap
works.
my head around this whole situation has been extremely hard.
There's not much
Extremely
to
hard.
be dissuaded about, or you moron.
You get minimal time to reflect in a place like this.
Oh, you're going to have plenty of time the rest of your life, I
But one of
hope.
those minimal times that you get to reflect in a place like this is when you're alone in your cell.
Well, I'm sure
When
you'll
it's
get
just
plenty
you
of that.
and the walls.
Yeah, go ahead.
One of the victims made a comment
Oh,
about
you didn't like the comment.
trying to understand why this happened.
Because you're a piece of shit.
That's a question I struggle with myself. The why, the
Nobody
how.
else struggles with it. You're a piece of shit. You're evil. You feel no
How
remorse.
could life ever get this far away from what it should be?
And you still haven't figured it out.
Regardless of what a lot of people may think about me,
No, what you've shown them
about who I am, about my family, about my beliefs.
about what you've shown them. You've shown them garbage.
I know who I am. God knows who I am.
No, you think you know who you are. Or who you want
And I don't-
people to think you are.
Have any words of anger, any
Today,
shots, so to speak, to throw back. As I said before, I had to look inside myself and understand why the comments was being made. Why people feel the way they
Because
feel, and they
you
have the
are
right to.
garbage. You still feel no remorse. You still won't tell them why you did this.
If I may,
I think you just need to turn forward, sir. I don't know that they're ready for that yet.
respect it. I think it's important to state why I did want to turn. Comment was made about this mask. It's something that I've worn the whole year of this incident.
Because you're smiling
don't-
underneath it.
Well, I'm not gonna say don't, but I don't feel like I
You don't
needed to go
feel.
in too wild, chose to wear this. There are a lot of different reasons why.
Yeah, to hide.
But it definitely has nothing to do with hiding anything.
Yeah. Oh, not hiding anything. You have no feeling
There
towards
is
these
nothing to
people.
hide.
You don't even feel the
When you're on
destruction that
TV
you
every
caused.
day, when your life is being dissected for the world to see, when your family's on TV every day in
You
some
put yourself
capacity,
in this position.
when you're on pretty much every social media platform,
You did this to
what is there to
yourself.
hide from? I want each and every victim in this incident, family members, those who lost loved ones,
Come on, pick it up.
those who are still healing. I want you to know that no matter how you felt during this year, no matter how you felt yesterday, I want everyone to know, also the community of Waukesha,
Come
I
on.
want you to know that not only am I sorry for what happened, I'm sorry that you could not see
Oh, Jesus.
what's truly in my heart. That you could not see the remorse that I have. That you cannot
That's because you don't have any
listen to all the
remorse.
phone calls that
I'm so
I've made
sorry
to my
you couldn't
family.
see I have no
That
remorse.
you cannot hear all the prayers that I've said in my cell. That you cannot count
Now it's
all the
all
tears
about
that
you.
I've dropped
All about you.
in this year. The truth is hard a lot of times. I'm not very old
Oh,
by age standards, but I've been alive long enough to understand that a lot of people are comfortable with hearing what they want to hear, being told what they want to be told.
no.
And being okay with that. It's easy to accept what's on the surface. It's easy to accept what's being put out there.
It's all
It's
about
harder
you now, Darrell. Oh, it's all about
To
you.
pull
Woe
back
is
the
me.
veil.
Whoa.
It's
is
harder
me.
to look deeper than the surface.
It's other people's
And
fault.
regardless
They don't get you, Darrell.
to the truth, I understand that there are many people that would never forgive what happened. I have to be okay with that.
All about you again.
And I hold no ill will towards them for that.
It doesn't matter what you
I have
feel.
to be okay with the fact that people will be angry. Some for a long time,
Does not matter.
some forever.
Does not matter.
I think it was clear
It's very clear you have no remorse for what you did.
with respects to how I'm viewed.
You're viewed as you present yourself.
I will not respond to those comments in anger either.
Although you want to. You're mad. They don't get you. They don't understand you.
I want to also say that it is not me that can take any pain away, replace what was lost.
Because you had no intention. If you could, you
Give
still
back
wouldn't do it.
joy, happiness. There's so many other things that was lost that day.
If
I
you've
think
never
all
been
that
around a
comes with
person like this, you'll know that
belief in Christ.
it's all about them.
I believe that all that comes with
This is an abusive person.
time. It's a process.
They were a time suck on your life. If you ever meet someone like this, get away as soon as possible.
It's a process that we all have to go through. I noticed a lot of things.
One of the things they'll say.
That I've said.
People
over
don't get me.
The duration of this trial, where there's a lot of misconception. I don't consider myself
Nobody else will after this day
to
either.
be a man of God yet. It's something that I'm learning
It's all about you.
with time, with faith, with study. Lord willing, I will make it to that point at
It's
God's
all
point in
about
time.
me. All about me. Everybody
Something that I'm
knows
learning.
this. You have no feeling towards these families. If you had the opportunity, you would do it all over again. You're a piece of shit.
For anyone that doesn't think that I've spent time in the scriptures,
People
even
don't
before
care.
this,
People don't care about you, Darrel.
you're mistaken.
They'll be happy to see you go.
Passages were quoted from Romans 6:23 in particular. The wages of sin is death. The wages of sin is death. That's Romans 6:23. It's a verse I'm very familiar with and I've read numerous times. Countless other passages are all passages
Let me
that
guess. He who is without
I'm
not
familiar
sin,
with.
throw the first stone.
the thing about scripture is not only studying and reading it, it's about applying it to your life. Applying it.
I mean, I can quote scripture
It's
all
not
day
about
long. I just don't. You're
Just
not.
reading it or being
That
able
has
to quote
nothing
it.
to
It's
do
about
with
living
you
it.
being a piece of garbage. Nothing.
At times during this, doing all these proceedings, mostly trial, I've become frustrated at times.
What does that have to do with you running people over?
I want you, Your Honor, to know. I want the entire court to know that regardless to what you may think about those particular incidents, they were not personal.
No. Of course it
Being
wasn't.
here
Had it
throughout this
been,
year, and the constant learning how to deal with everything, learning how to take everything in, what you see, what you hear, things being shouted at you, the threats, and everything that you have to deal with just being here.
Oh, it's all about you still.
It was like a culmination. Sometimes you get so frustrated
That you just run through a crowd.
because you feel like your hands are tied. You don't know what to do. And for a person like me, it's easy for me to get to that point.
Person like you, what does that mean? Huh? Yeah, they're trying to
And so
follow
it would
you.
come out in frustration. I take responsibility for that and apologize to you, Your Honor, in the court. Nothing about it was personal.
Everything was personal.
It was a part of me that felt that I haven't been able to defend myself. And I think it was just
You're a weak
the
little
pot boiling over.
weak little baby. Shows you how much of a man he really
I was
is.
wrong for not being able to control myself the times that I wasn't me.
Like driving through a crowd of people. At any point, you could have stopped. You
Long
didn't,
as I can remember.
which apparently isn't too long.
I've dealt with a lot of issues.
It's all about you.
And going back to what I said a little bit earlier about what people see on the surface. A lot of people don't understand what it is to battle mental health issues.
Oh,
Not just that,
saw a window.
the difficulties of
Climbed
life
out of it.
in general.
People deal with mental health issues doesn't mean that they drive through a crowd of people without stopping.
The childhood I had,
Oh, it's your childhood. Oh, it was my father. Oh, it was my mother.
not having a father, having to see my mom sometimes work 2 and 3 jobs
Mine did too.
just to be able to support us.
Mine did too. Never drove through a crowd of people.
I remember being a child and me
I
and
do
my
too.
sister, my mom only had 2 children.
My mother
My
had
sisters
5, 6.
passed away. But I remember being a child and me and my sister and my mom standing in the welfare line to get milk, to get cheese,
Done that too.
bread,
Done that too.
spam.
Done that too.
And when you're a kid, you don't understand that. You think
Government cheese good.
it's normal.
It is.
I remember living in apartment buildings infested with rodents and bugs.
Same. What's your point?
Pouring in cereal in your bowl and having bugs in it.
Same.
A lot of people weren't raised like that. So it would be hard for them to pull back that veil and understand that.
Wrong. Been there. Done that. I wouldn't drive through
Physical
a crowd
abuse.
of people.
By the people that are supposed to love you.
Come on, get with it, Darrell. Brother Darrell. My other brother Darrell.
Trying to understand why your mind thinks the way it does. Why you don't comprehend certain things. Why no one can provide the answers that you want.
That's not how it works. They don't give you answers you want. They give you the answers. You choose not to accept them.
Fact of the matter is, I have at times been medicated. I have been in mental health facilities.
Okay.
Only for a short time.
Okay. That didn't help, did it? You still
I
refuse
can honestly say that life was better. It helped.
to take responsibility. Because you know that ass is going to get clapped in
I
Gen
think when you're
Pop.
going through something mentally that you don't understand, it always helps when you have people not so much that can relate. That also helps, but it's more. It's not the relating part of it. It's more of the that you can feel comfortable being yourself with.
This is a guy that
Someone
wants to have a
listen,
struggle
someone to-
session with the judge.
To tell you that, hey, it's all right.
How much time?
You can let your guard down.
What do you think? He goes on for another 45 minutes? Or you think he's going to wrap it up soon? Because right now he's just trying to find the perfect word that the judge is going to let him off on. He's looking for that golden bullet. The one that wipes all
It's a
this
lot.
away.
It's a lot. And
Still, you have no remorse.
back to what I said about truth.
Oof.
People are going to, like I said,
No, speak the truth.
believe what they want, and that's okay.
It doesn't matter what you think. They don't care what you think. They know you have
This
no
needs
remorse.
to be said.
No, it doesn't.
What happened on November 21st, 2021 was not an attack.
No. Oh, it was not an attack. Oh.
It was not planned, plotted.
You don't have to have a planned or plotted way of attacking. You drove through a crowd of people, and at any point in time you could have stopped. You didn't.
When you constantly hear that, perpetuated,
Truth.
constantly pushed,
Because it's the truth.
constantly pushed.
Because you don't want to accept what you did. You don't like what's being said about you.
You
Then
wonder
don't
why.
do
Why?
things. Jesus Christ, you are such a piece of garbage.
This was not an attack.
Yes, it was. You attacked a crowd of people with a SUV.
This was not an intentional act.
Yes, it was. At any point, you could have stopped.
No matter how many times you say it over and over.
You attacked. You attacked.
It was not.
You attacked. You attacked. You drove through a crowd of people. It was intentional. You have no remorse. No remorse.
I have a lot of,
You have a lot of
and this
words to say.
has nothing to do with
Nothing.
the victims, the families of the
You don't
victims.
care about them. You never did. It's all somebody else's fault, Darrel.
And as a matter of fact, I'm grateful that they had the opportunity to voice their opinions and their frustrations and their angers, because I believe and hopefully that will alleviate some of the wounds.
No.
I could never point a finger at them and say they're wrong for what they said, their opinions, how they feel. Never. And I won't do it. I won't do it now, and I won't do it ever.
You just did.
They're well within their rights
No. Has nothing
to
to do
feel
with
how
right.
they feel.
No. You are a piece of...
I felt a lot of frustration and anger yesterday, not towards any of the victims.
They don't care what you felt about them.
It was towards Miss Susan L. Opper,
Oh.
and I won't even throw shots back at her.
Oh. Well, thank you.
Again, I choose to take the high road.
Oh.
In spite of the clear language that was used by her, I'm not gonna fire back.
No. I'm not
Not
gonna
gonna do that.
I'm not gonna do that. You just did.
Am I angry? Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
So what?
So what? I'm more man than that. No, you're not.
When it boils down to it, the whole prosecution team had a job to do. Can't be mad at somebody for doing their job.
You are a piece of shit.
Attorney Basie, Attorney Witchow, I respect you guys.
No, you don't.
Regardless of what you may feel about me, I respect you guys.
No, you don't. You don't respect
I really do.
anybody.
I respect you too, Attorney Opper.
Oh. Come on, Darrell.
Difference between all you guys is you, Attorney Opera, I don't respect how you did your job. And I never will.
Good. Not your problem. She could care less.
But I refuse to get into name calling. I refuse to raise my voice. I refuse to do any of that.
You will.
And I realized that last night.
No, you didn't.
The part of me that I don't understand why it goes the way it goes had every intention to come in here and lay into you.
Trust me, Judge would have stopped that.
Out of frustration and out of the fact of feeling that I needed to defend myself by some of the things you said.
Go ahead. You're going to do it. Do it, Darrell.
How you had the audacity to speak
Come on
situations
do it. Do it.
that had nothing to do with this tragedy, as if you were there, as if you had intimate details, as if you knew everything that led up to those allegations.
Well, she knew enough.
Just by reading the police report.
Yeah, we don't need your life story, Darrell.
I think every situation is
So why
unique
did
in
you
its
do it,
own
Darrell?
way. It all has different circumstances.
Why, Darrell?
That leads to ultimately what ends up happening.
You don't feel bad.
Reading the police report doesn't give you the right to pass judgment on a situation that, frankly, is none of your concern.
You killing people is her concern. Go ahead. Go ahead. You know you got
Honestly,
something to say.
You would think for someone that's been doing your job as long as you have, you would think you would understand that.
She didn't pass judgment
You
on
would
you.
think
Those 12 jurors passed judgment on you.
that you would have some kind of integrity. Even with that, not gonna bash,
You just did.
not gonna say anything disrespectful.
Oh,
not gonna
no.
call you
Uh-huh.
anything other than your God-given name.
Oh, aren't you special? You just went off on her for, what, 10 minutes? About how horrible she was. She can't do her job. You respect her job, but you don't respect her. It's her job to prosecute you.
As far as the integrity, though,
It was your 15 minutes of fame, Darrell.
I won't
It's after this. Nobody's going to give a damn
ever
about
be
you.
able to wrap my head around
Oh, Mr. Understood. Oh, come on, explain it to us.
why you did things the way you did it.
Because it's her job, moron.
Made reference to this being an open and shut case.
It was.
Yet you needed a whole team to prosecute an open and shut case, as you say.
Yeah,
Again, no disrespect to
because you don't know how things work in a court.
Attorney Basie, Attorney Whitchild.
She has her team, so she makes sure that she crosses her T's, dots her I's. Come on, Darrel.
I feel like they was the reasons why your case had any strong points.
Oh,
Not
sure.
from you.
Wasn't that you ran over a bunch of people in a parade and were caught? Come on, Darrel. Finish up. Have a good, strong closing. Come on, Darrel.
$31 you said. Well, yeah, you did say 31 years that you've done this. 31 years.
Almost as long as you've been living, Darrel.
I don't believe you're that bright.
Told you you'd lay into her. Good thing is she feels nothing for him.
Yet,
Oh. Come
I
on.
respect you having
Come on, Darrel.
resolve to take on something of this magnitude for this community. Can't do nothing but respect that.
You have no respect for anybody. Not even yourself. If you did, you would have said, Your Honor, have
Regardless,
mercy
when
on
I
me.
leave this courtroom, I will have no ill feelings.
Don't worry, she won't have any thoughts
With
about
anyone.
you past you leaving this courtroom.
I know this is
No
being,
feelings. No feelings towards you once you
live
leave this
stream.
courtroom. Oh.
I believe even in other countries. I've gotten some mail from Germany, Belgium. A lot of it hate mail.
Trust me, you're not even
which
worth wasting
doesn't-
my time
I
on
stopped
that.
reading it months ago.
Don't worry,
so it
they
doesn't
stopped worrying about
really
you months
affect
ago
me. It's irrelevant.
because you're a piece of
I
shit.
do want to say something to
Oh, come on, say it.
everybody watching.
Go ahead,
As
say
as
it.
far as
Say it. Come on.
those who take the time, spend the energy and money to write and spew hate, not just against
It's not hate.
myself,
Watching
but
you
my
make a
family,
fool of
my
yourself
children.
constantly. Come on.
I have no value in anything that you say.
Oh,
It doesn't bother me. It doesn't affect me.
good.
Keep up the bad work.
Good. I shall. And I'll continue to make money off of it. Off of you, an idiot, doing stupid
To
shit.
everyone else, the people that have sent letters of support,
Good for them.
I
I'm
thank
glad
you for
they
that
are.
because it's not an easy thing to show love and support to someone who's the most hated man on the planet at this point right now in
No.
time.
You mean nothing to me.
It's not easy.
Don't
It
hate
takes
you.
a lot of courage
Don't
to,
care.
to
Think
do
you're
that.
an idiot.
I thank you for that. My family thanks you for that.
Oh, I'm so
I
stupid.
want to say to the mother of my children,
Yeah.
the mothers, excuse me, of my children.
I fucked up. Come on. Say it. You fucked up.
Obviously, I think I should start with the obvious, Erica Patterson.
Can't you
I
just
want
get
you
in
to
the
know
car?
if you're watching, I always have love for you. You're one of the
You're an
mothers of my
abuser.
children. I can never hate you. I refuse
You're an abuser.
to go that route.
I doubt she visits you in prison.
Always have love for you. I always respect you.
I guarantee she
we got a
won't stop her
beautiful
kids
daughter.
from coming and once they're of age. But
I haven't always
you're a
been
piece
right
of
in the
crap.
things that I've said, things I've done in regards to you. What I will say is, it always takes two.
Yep. There it is. It's not all about him. It has nothing to do with him. Somebody else's
I
fault.
pray that at some point you will reconcile with your children.
Yeah.
And
You're an abuser.
that you remember who I am here in my heart. That you remember that. My oldest son, who's an adult, his mother, beautiful, beautiful spirit. I thank her for the times that she was there to listen when no one else was, when I couldn't figure out what the heck was going on in life.
See, this still has nothing
I
to
was being
do
pulled to
with
this
the
direction
victims.
or that direction.
Nothing to do with the people
Just couldn't
that
figure
he
things out.
destroyed, the lives he destroyed, the people
She would
he
take the
hurt.
time to sit and
He
listen.
feels nothing for you.
And I thank her for it.
Feels nothing
Times
for
where
those people.
I had nowhere to go.
He's a
She would
horrible,
find me in the back of
rotten person, and he
Bandit
wonders why he's being
cars or
judged
trucks
as a horrible
or something of that
rotten
nature, and,
person.
and she would do things to help. You know, there's a
Rotten.
lot of people, a lot of good people out there in
Feels
the world
nothing
still.
for the victims. Feels nothing for the community.
She's one of them. I thank you,
Judge Darrel
Angel. That's her name too, by the
is
way.
going to let him just talk and talk and talk because she sees through it.
When I was all over the place mentally, couldn't sit still, couldn't make decisions. Trying to figure out how life would go being young parents, the both of us. She never once judged me. She never once ridiculed me and downed me because of my issues. She always was willing to be there.
And you probably beat her
I'm
down.
eternally grateful for that.
You pulled weapons
Jessica.
on people
My youngest daughter's mom.
that went against you. You're a trash person. Everybody knows it, and you're just showing it more and more. The more that you talk,
I
the more
believe
that you
it's
show.
a reason why God puts anyone in your life at the time that He does.
Oh, it's God. God didn't drive that car through those people.
You came into my
Still
life at a
feel
time
no
where everything
remorse.
was chaotic.
No remorse for the things that you've done. And see, he's talking to these people because they will not communicate with him.
I didn't have a clue.
If they're smart, they never would. They
How
would
to
never
even begin to
respond to
put
him,
one foot
ever,
in front of the other.
ever. It's a cycle of abusiveness.
You came into my life at a time where I was pondering,
I've been around people like this.
what did I even have to live for?
Oh, woe is me.
And in the midst of that, you gave me my daughter, my baby girl.
Or did you just take that?
I always get emotional talking about her in particular.
Yeah, but if she would have been in that
'Cause
car with her, you would have done the
She's such a
same damn
daddy's
thing.
girl. We're very, very close.
Yeah.
Very close.
Come on, tell us, Darrel. If your daughter was in that car with you, would you have driven through those people? Would you even stop for a second and thought about it?
I felt like when Missy was born, that was God giving me a chance to make good on the mistakes I made with my older two children at the time. I felt like that was
You know the mistakes you keep on
redemption.
making, and you will continue to make
Everything that
until the
I
last
didn't do
breath
right
is out of you.
before I had the chance to right that wrong.
You've never taken responsibility for your own actions. Ever. This is why. Every man has a path to redemption, but every single time you walked away from that path. Every single
She's
time.
probably the single-handed reason why I'm even still breathing.
No. Not
She's
true.
such a light in my life. Such a light.
If you were in any other state, Judge Darrell is
doesn't
trying
even
not to go to sleep while he rants and raves.
Understand the extent of everything that's going on. She doesn't know what it is not to be able to talk to me when she wants to.
Or
To
when
be
you
able
want her
see
to
me
talk
when
to
she
you.
wants to. She just doesn't get it. And I know that.
Because you're toxic.
And I'm mindful that there are people in this community that feel the same exact way.
You're toxic. You're a toxic human being. Toxic
That
human being.
have lights in their life that
That you snuffed
Thank
out.
you.
You snuff people out, Darrell.
so without
You are the darkness that
being
tries to
insensitive
cover
to
the
that,
light.
I'll move past that.
You're
I
like a
just
moth to the flame.
Tell
There's beauty,
my
and
baby
you just
girl
come
that I love
and
her.
destroy.
I love you, Missy.
You come and destroy. You are the destroyer. You're a destructive,
My baby
toxic
boy.
person. Toxic.
I was born in June during the time that I've been here. His mother, Quita. I regret not being able to be there for the times that both of them needed me the most.
And you see at the beginning of this how his mother, his grandmother, talked about his mental health.
It's not an easy thing for a woman to go through a pregnancy with virtually no help.
And he just completely derailed any sympathy he could have gotten from the court.
Having to,
because he has no remorse,
move
this is
residencies,
the face of evil,
because of this tragedy. Not feeling safe
while you're seeing
while she was pregnant, not feeling safe, receiving threats, things like that.
That would be,
and I wasn't there,
abusive to whomever he's involved with. This is a predator. They prey on weaker people. And whenever they're caught and called out, this is how they act.
I know what it's like to be at the birth of your children and see them born and cut the umbilical cord and to do all those things. I've done that.
Doesn't make you a father.
And to not be able to do it for her and for him.
That doesn't make you a father. Does not make you a father.
To only know what he looks like because of pictures.
And the stigma that you brought upon your children.
For her.
The stigma you brought upon a community.
To not feel safe to be in the city or
piece of shit this person
be around my family members to build that rapport, because she can't mentally deal with everything that comes with.
How would you know? How would you know? You've been nothing but a hindrance.
And for me to not be able to help
her, Mike, he's still going.
Have any words to uplift her.
How's it going, Mike?
Her expressing her anger to me. Not knowing how
it's all about him.
Everything would go. It's hurtful. I want her to know. I believe God has a plan for everything. And
this is about to get in the yeah, that's what his plan is for the next
it's about doing the best
30,
you can
40
inside
years.
of God's will.
If he makes it through Gen Pop. Yeah, Mike, I agree.
Say what you want about me.
This is someone that's just truly
I'm not
evil.
gonna.
They do not have any feelings for
walk away
anybody
from
else.
my children. I refuse to walk away from my children.
Well, you have no choice. You're in prison. That's as simple as that. He still does not get it. He thinks he's going to get out.
I love all four of you. And that won't stop for nothing. No matter what.
Oh, okay. Won't stop.
lot of reference yesterday was made about death. In reference to opinions towards myself.
But see, after you're gone, nobody's going to care about you, Darrel.
I do not fear death.
Except you won't get it. They won't
Not
give it
one
to you.
bit.
They're just going to keep you locked up.
I do not fear death because I'm in Christ.
What does that have to do with anything? You still have no remorse for these people.
Whether we believe it or not, at some point, we all have a date. Everyone on this planet has a date.
Except you gave some theirs a little bit earlier.
In the word, it says that
Thou
it's
shalt not
appointed
kill.
to man wants to die.
I mean, you want to start quoting Bible. Come on, Darrel.
The way I see it, it's inevitable, so why fear it?
No, they're just
I'm
going to put you in
1,000,000%
prison.
confident in where I'm going when this is all over. 1,000,000% confident. Regardless of what anyone thinks or says, I'm 1,000,000% confident in where I'm going.
Yeah. Back to yourself. Back to yourself. Go on.
We all got to stand before the judgment seat of Christ at some point. All of us. Nobody's any better than the next person.
We all know this, Darrel, but apparently you do not. This is just now your realization.
Contrary to belief, I do not feel like I'm above anyone.
Well,
I don't feel like I'm superior to anyone.
no, but you've just been acting like
I
it.
breathe air, I drink water, I eat, I go to the bathroom, I bleed just like anyone else.
No, they're going to
I'm
let
no
him
better.
go, Mike. They're just going to let him rattle on until he just runs out of breath. He'll probably be wrapping it up, I would say, in the next 10, 15 minutes.
I'm a human being. I'm not a monster.
No, you've already proven that you're a monster.
I'm a human being that's been trying to figure out for 35 years. Questions that I've never got the answer to.
Well, like the answers that, the family wanted why you would run through a crowded parade.
I noticed yesterday in a lot of the victims' statements that a lot of the victims are going through the healing process.
Come on.
Believe it or not, I've prayed for all victims, family members for a year now to be able to make it through that process.
Because it's all about you still.
but it is a process. It won't happen overnight. There was a big question of if I was paying attention, if this, that, or the third.
No, there
which
was
I
no
won't
question.
really get into.
They know that you have no remorse.
I definitely was paying attention.
Yeah.
And I heard in a lot of those statements people that were having their own mental health issues.
It's somebody else.
Some recognizing what it was.
Somebody
others
else's fault.
not so much.
Because
But
you
that's
are
what it
wise one
was.
here. Yeah. Oh, you're so wise.
A lot of things that you just can't quite wrap your head around.
Like why you'd run over a group of people. Just keep going.
Believe it or not, you were talking to someone that's dealt with those same types of questions for a long time. Questioning life itself.
Oh, good
Questioning.
Lord. Get off your high horse.
What's the point of being here?
Because you ran over a bunch of people.
To go through all this pain, to go through all the doubts, feelings of inadequacy I can relate to firsthand.
Oh. Take a leak. I'll be right back.
Being made fun of, being joked about, being jeered at, being bullied. Growing up, I can relate to all of that because I've been through it. Not knowing if you even want to wake up after you go to sleep. I've been through that. Wondering if you'll even be missed when you're gone. The weirdest hours of the morning, just sitting up and just finding something to stare at. Hoping that an answer may just fall out of the sky on you. Me, myself, I've, like I said, raised Christian, but it's been so many times through the years that I've doubted God. It's time. I think everyone in this room can say that. If you believe, you've doubted, you've questioned, you've wondered. Been in situations that just can't figure out why. How did I get here? What did I miss? What didn't I catch? What didn't I
I'd
see?
like to say thank you, Mike, for being here. You're the
How did it ever
first
get to
person
this?
to join up in here.
How did it ever end up with this? At some point we've all been in that position.
No.
Obviously,
No.
in my shoes it's a little different.
Because you went through with it.
I said before, for the people that don't have any understanding, I can't sit here and be what people would want me to be. We're all individuals. We all have our own ways of looking at things, and we all have our own personalities or whatnot. That's what makes us unique, is our individualism. How one
Now you're
person
just
may
a
react
rambling
to something,
fool.
another person may feel the same exact way, but probably not react the same way.
Like
People can
rundown
agree
people.
on certain things and still have a different approach.
Because we take responsibility for our actions, something you've never done.
And listening to all the victims yesterday that had the courage to speak and state their opinions and vent their frustrations and their anger and everything.
No, they were making a statement because they want to make sure that you never do this to anyone again.
I heard a lot of.
But did you hear?
What should have been done, what could have been done, as far as to the remorse.
No, you should have
I
stopped.
apologize for not
feeling anything. Is that what it is, Darrel?
showing people what they wanted to see. I just ask
No,
that
you don't.
there be understanding to.
So you just negated
There's a side
everything
out of the
before.
courtroom that's not seen. What's seen in the courtroom is just a small piece of the whole puzzle.
But inside the courtroom is where it mattered.
Just a fraction.
Inside the courtroom is where it mattered. This is what you failed to understand.
The
This is
majority of the time,
why
I'm not standing in the courtroom or sitting in the courtroom.
nobody will shed a tear when you're gone, Darrel. Nobody.
It's not a day. It's not an hour that goes by that I haven't thought about what's happened.
No, you mean how it's affected you.
That I haven't tried to wrap my head around how something like this could happen.
Still no remorse. Still no remorse.
Where I haven't thought about the pain that you all are in. What was lost and in the fashion that it was lost. Contrary to what people may think.
No, what you've shown. My opinion doesn't matter. Well, it does, but not to you.
You get to a point though.
Yeah, you brought this upon yourself.
Obviously it's different.
Yet you've still
Me being in
failed
this
to
position
take
and
responsibility.
People being on the other side of the coin, so to speak. It's a different position.
Take responsibility.
On my end, you get to a point to where you
Going to get
tired.
that ass clapped?
You get to a point where you've cried all the tears you can cry.
No.
You've prayed all the prayers you can pray. You never stop praying, but
No.
it's repetitive at this point. You get to
For
a point
you,
where
it's useless because you don't feel the emotion.
you're completely drained. You don't know what else you have to give. There was many
You've got a bad
court
lawyer.
dates in the beginning
Should have
of
had a better attorney
all these proceedings that
because the attorney you had sucked.
I wasn't even sure if I can even come in the courtroom
Oh no, you would have had no choice.
without breaking down. It was
You had no
times
choice.
where I didn't even feel like I was going to make it through a court proceeding.
Well, this is why you should have had an attorney.
When I did have representation, it was times where I told my representation, no, I don't. And that wasn't because I just didn't want to come in the courtroom. It was because mentally I could not handle it. I couldn't.
Not your problem.
Having to be prepped for everything that I was gonna walk into. Them telling me, you know, it's gonna be this kind of atmosphere and expect this and it's just like, wow. How am I gonna do this?
By sitting there, keeping your mouth shut.
I want everyone to know though.
Because this
Walk
could have
out
been
of the
done
courtroom and the cameras aren't rolling anymore.
in a short period of time. Because right
You don't
now,
have the world
it's
looking
all
at you
about
anymore.
you. Oh, you don't like the world looking at you. So you got your fame.
That's when you can feel like you're human again.
Math boy, you got
When
your
you can.
fame.
You go back to your cell, drop your tears, pray,
But
punch
feel
your mat
no
if you're
emotion.
frustrated.
Feel no emotion. Because all you feel is
Sleep
anger.
it off. Whatever you may choose to
You're going to
do.
be doing this for the next 60 years of your life. So get used to it. Because you're a piece
And
of
I
shit.
wonder how
You, Darrel Brooks,
things
are
would
a
be
piece of
different
shit.
if the cameras was rolling then.
The cameras were rolling when you've rolled through a fucking crowd of people.
When we remove all this courtroom, how would
Nobody's going to care.
how would it be then?
Nobody's going to care. So you're playing it up for the camera, but nobody cares. Nobody cares where you end up, Darrell. Just as long as you're not in their neighborhood.
We all
Just as long as you're not roaming the streets.
done things in our life that we regret, that we're not proud of.
Oh, I'm sure they did, Mike.
That we don't know what we were thinking. That's been like a roller coaster for me in this year, a roller coaster. And obviously, just everyday life, some days are better than others. That's just life in general. Some days are just better than other days.
For him, he's going to have plenty of those days to ponder that one.
You heard my best friend.
Hey, by the way,
speak
Mike, I
a
appreciate
little
you
bit
coming
earlier.
in. First person on here.
About
Might be the only, but hey, you know.
I guess it would be more happier times, but even then, you put on a smile to hide the pain.
Now what are you going off about, Darrel? Come on, Darrel. Wrap this up.
Long before November 21st, 2021.
Wrap it up so the judge can
Long before
rule on your hearing,
that day.
so she can set your time. Because you're looking at close to 2,000 years in prison.
I was struggling. Long before.
No death row for you.
Feeling dead inside.
Oh.
Then feeling hopeful.
As
Then
my
feeling
guitar
depressed.
gently weeps.
Then feeling happy. Then feeling upset. Just up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down.
Yeah, you're going to be getting a lot of that.
90% of the time not even knowing why you're going from point A to B. Why is it going like this?
What are you talking about?
So I think you do a lot of things to numb that. Some people have different things that help them numb it. Some people turn to drugs. Some people turn to alcohol. Some people turn to many different things.
And you did all of that.
Some people isolate themselves. Some people,
Oh, come on, Darrel.
however
Come on, Darrel.
however
on
you
with
deal
it.
with it, it's how
Get
you
on
deal
with
with
it.
it. At that point in my life,
Get on with it.
I chose
To run
to
people
put
to.
up a front. No one's seen me for how I truly felt, then there would be no questions. You see someone and they always have an upbeat appearance or seem to be smiling or seem to be in a
Darrel, you
joyful
always
mood,
thought of
there's
yourself
no
as some little
reason to
gangster.
like, what,
You are
what-
not
what
a
is there a
gangster.
question? How much turmoil could it be? The first thing they would say is every time I see them, they're okay.
Oh,
It's not
come on,
okay.
Darrel.
It's not. But I do believe one thing though. As long as you have breath in your body, no matter what you're going through, where you may be, what struggles you have,
Darrel.
what you can't figure out,
Darrel. It's me, your
have
conscience.
to find
That's right.
a way to press
You still
forward.
ain't listening.
You have to keep faith, and you have to press forward. I
Yeah,
think,
except you did a little too much pressing forward. You might have stopped at some point in time.
the Apostle Paul said it best.
The apostle. There you go. The apostle.
The Apostle Paul said it best when he said,
Oh, come on.
one thing I do, forgetting what's behind me,
Which you did.
and straining toward the upward call of which Christ has taken a hold of him.
Oh, come on now. Darrel, you can do better than that.
Straining forward, which
Why?
acknowledging that it's difficult,
Why, Darrel?
acknowledging that there'll be opposition, there'll be hurdles to jump, there'll be mountains to climb.
There'll be people to
not
run
gonna be
over.
easy.
There'll be
Acknowledging
stupid
that by
things
saying
to say.
straining.
There will be courthouses
Straining.
to go to. Oh, woe is me.
To move forward.
Come on.
That's what I've been learning.
And we've learned
Is it
nothing.
frustrating that sometimes people mistake that
You've been at it for
for
almost 2 hours now, Darrel.
not caring? Yeah,
Come on, Darrel.
very frustrating.
So frustrating. So painful. So horrible. Come on, Darrel.
As hard as it is, you cannot turn back the hands of time. You can't.
You're still going.
As much as I wish I had the power to do that, I can't.
Well, that's true, but I agree, Mike.
So I have to look at life going forward, not backward. I have to look at reality. I've moved past the actual tragedy of the day of November 21st, 2021, but I have not
Of course you moved
moved
past.
past uplifting this community in prayer, and I will continue to do that until it's my time to pass on. I won't stop uplifting the communities in prayer,
Oh,
the victims, the families. Regardless of how anyone feels, I will continue to pray for them because
they don't need your prayers. They don't.
that's
need
what
you.
I want.
Their world would have been
My
better
heart
had
to
they never
reflect.
known you.
And I don't want it to be misinterpreted what I'm saying by that, by saying I've moved past the actual day. To clarify that so there's no misconception, it's that none of us can go back and change what happened. We can't.
But we can make sure it doesn't happen again. That's the goal of this court hearing. Not about you going back to change it.
That doesn't mean that my life has to continue to be defined by that. I refuse to continue to live at that time because that time is past. We can always say shoulda, coulda, woulda. Nobody knows what they'll do until they're in that situation. It's easy to
actually,
say,
I do.
I would have did this. I could have did this. I should have did this. I would have did that. You never know what
Stopped.
you're gonna do until you actually there.
Stopped. That's all you had to do.
Does anyone think I haven't asked myself that? Man, I should have. Why didn't I? What What does it matter now?
No, you never asked yourself that. You never considered it. You have no remorse.
How many times can I pound my fist against something and say, why, how could this, why, how many times? Before you just like, have to move forward.
Yeah, you've already moved on, Darrel.
Forgiveness.
You don't want forgiveness because you don't care.
Matthew 6:14 and 15, forgiveness.
Oh, no, some more Bible quotes.
For if you forgive other people when they sin against you, your heavenly Father will also forgive you. But if you do not forgive others their sins, your Father will not forgive your sins.
Wrong. Read the rest of it.
That's Jesus himself, God himself.
Read the rest of it. Read what came before it and read what came after it.
I point no fingers towards anyone
Yeah,
in
you do.
judgment to say,
Yeah, you
how
do.
could you say this and how,
Yeah, you do.
like I said before,
You're passing judgment on everybody constantly. You have no moral fiber whatsoever to speak
how
of.
people process this tragedy is
People like this will constantly
choose to.
Throw the Bible, but never follow what they're throwing out.
I can jump
Ever.
up and down and yell and scream about what was said in regards to me,
See, he hasn't forgiven.
but why?
He hasn't forgotten. He's going to stick with it.
Everyone has to make their own peace with God, and that's what I've done, regardless to what people think. I've done it.
Yeah, but you never made amends to any of the people's lives that you destroyed. That's where you fail.
I don't want that to be confused with being at peace.
But they would rather
It's a
watch
process.
you suffer. I am pretty
I've
sure
made
most of
my
those
peace.
were happy watching you suffer.
That is the only reason why I made the comment that I have a clear conscience. It was not
No, we know why you have a
pertaining
clear
to
conscience. Because you don't
remorse.
have any conscience.
It wasn't mockery. It wasn't to thumb my nose at anyone.
Yeah, it was. You've been thumbing your nose at everyone your entire life. Because you're better. You think you're better
That
than
wasn't
them.
what that comment was about.
You think you're taking the high road. Come on, Darrel. Come on, Darrel. Run it through. Run it through the little pea brain you've got up there. Play for the camera.
I've chosen to do that because it was needed.
Elaborate.
It's easy to lose your way in a world because the world is, as we all know, it's
Well, we're not worried about you getting lost. We know where you're going to be.
a big place. All types of things are out there. All types of it's easy to get caught up in the world.
Okay.
I can't. And
Come
I
on, Judge
refuse
Barrow.
to live
Get him off there.
the rest of my life trying to please other people.
You maybe should have thought about that at some point in time because you've never been looking for anybody to help anybody or care about
I
anybody
still have a long
outside
way to
of
go
yourself.
to get to where I need to be.
Behind the bars.
But my life now is about pleasing God. It's about what He wants, not what I want. It's about what He wants, not what everybody else wants.
Oh no, everybody's going to get what they want. You behind bars. You off the streets.
I brought up God's will. Yet another comment that was taken out of context.
Come on. It was taken out of context. No, you said what you said, and you meant what you said.
A comment that, again, was not meant in a disrespectful manner in any way.
But it was, or you wouldn't have made it.
Was not meant to thumb my nose at anyone in any way.
But it was, and you meant it. Say what you mean what you say.
It was the acknowledgement that God is in control of everything.
No.
Everything.
No.
The good, the bad, and the ugly.
No.
He is in control.
No.
That's what that was pointed towards.
So you're saying God was in
That
control
and
of
that
the
alone.
car? No. You were in control of the car.
For those of us
God
who do
gave man
believe,
free
we've
will.
always been taught that God, His way is not ours.
God gave man free will.
What He sees fit to do, we can't stand in the way of it.
Yes, you can. God gives you free will. You took that free will.
No matter
that you
how
were
much we
given by
wish we
God,
could, we can't.
and you ran through a group of people. You've been violent and shitty to people your entire life. You're trash.
Frankly, sometimes that sucks.
So now he's going to blame God for the car running through a parade. Way to go,
I never
Darrel.
thought I would be standing here not being able to enjoy a time with my family that anyone would enjoy with their family.
Because you put yourself
People
in
lost
this
loved
position.
ones.
You put yourself in this position. It's called free will.
I'm sure they feel the same way. They never expected to be here now because of something like this.
Because of something you
That
did.
is not lost on me.
Apparently it has been. Come on, Darrel. Get with the
To
program.
suggest that I don't care,
No, you don't. Because you've blamed everybody for everything. And you've taken no responsibility.
out of everything that's been said during this whole year, that's probably the hardest one to digest.
But it's true. You don't care. You never have, you never will.
To suggest that I'm heartless.
You are. No, you already ran over your girlfriend. Now you're here.
Mr. Brooks, what do you think this court should do as far as the sentences are concerned with all of these convictions?
Come on, Darrel. Say it.
Honestly, Your Honor,
Honestly, Hunter, I don't know. Put me in a mental hospital.
and I don't want,
I need mental help. Come on, that's what he's going to say.
I don't want this to be taken out of context.
But it will be.
I believe
Come on. How do you want to word
There's
it?
issues with me attempting to answer that. And here's why.
Oh, come on.
I'm still confused.
I'm still confused. Oh.
I'm still confused on the true nature and cause of the charges. I don't understand them.
You ran a bunch of fucking people over.
I also
With intent.
I also believe a decision was already made before we even got here. And I could be wrong.
Yeah,
That-
because
that's
you ran people over.
Not a shot. It's not a slight in any way towards Your Honor. It's not.
You broke the law.
And I don't want that to be taken out of context as well.
And all they had to do was prove to a jury that you broke the law.
I will say
You took the path.
help is needed. When
You took the path.
you've dealt with certain things as long as I have,
Then you'll have the rest of your life to deal with even more. Like getting a little in the booty.
we have so many questions about where to start. Where to start. We have so many questions about
Come on, Darrel.
what can give you the help you need. Who can point you in the direction to get the help you need.
Oh,
There's so
come
many
on.
things that you,
Judge.
You just
Judge,
you don't know
don't
where to
fall for
start at.
this. I guarantee you, if the judge does anything except for send him for the rest of his life into prison,
Your Honor,
I beg mercy for the bad things I did. I won't beg. I won't beg.
I think that throughout these proceedings,
There's
I've
no plea
noticed
deal
this,
coming.
that you've been very observant. You've been very attentive.
Don't do it.
Regardless of me being frustrated with some of the things that
Don't fall
Has
for it,
been-
Judge.
I can't do anything but
Feel no remorse.
look at what you have done, which is you have been very, very keen. I believe that
Come on. Come on, Judge. You know what
Still
he's
a
going
lot
to
of-
say.
issues there.
Do you know why there was only 2 people that would speak up for him?
I believe that because of the issues I have, sometimes I may have said things that you probably didn't really understand what I was meaning by it.
No, she
not-
understood what you were meaning by it.
Sharpest knife in the drawer.
No. You were very deliberate
I think sometimes
on your actions.
my mind probably works a little faster than I can articulate something
Well, that's
or
not
pronounce
true.
something or say something. Obviously, it would be hard to top what was already said about you thus far.
Yeah, sucking up to the judge ain't gonna work. You think you're smooth.
You've gotten an incredible amount, a credible amount of love. For your job in this matter. Some even say superhero.
Dude, don't be a
Some
fucking
people-
creep.
I'm sure you know this,
Don't
but
be a fucking creep.
some
don't be a
people have
creep.
even dressed up as you for Halloween.
Mr. Brooks, I'm not looking for accolades from anyone. I'm looking here today to sentence you in this case, and I'm frankly more interested in your thoughts on that than your opinion of me and how I conducted myself during this trial.
Wasn't my opinion on that part. I just
I have a job to do today. It's not an easy one. There's 76 counts. I'd like you, if you can and if you want, to tell me how you think I should do that. That's what the victims have stated. That's what the state, right? They provided their recommendation.
the only thing I can say is one thing that should be taken into account is the time that I've served. Been here a year. That would pretty much negate count 76. So there's that.
No, you've been found guilty on all of them.
Your Honor, I'm confused. I don't understand the true nature and cause of the charges. So I can't
You drove
I
a
don't-
car through a crowd of people.
I can't really consent to being sentenced when I'm still trying to. I don't
You don't.
understand.
We don't need your consent anymore. Past that.
It's not a delay tactic.
Yeah, it is. Everything that you have been doing has been a delay
It's
tactic.
not attempting to be disruptive. It's not intended to stop the proceedings.
Well, the proceedings aren't going to stop.
It's my honest opinion.
She's just waiting
I
for
have
you
trouble.
to make that decision of,
Comprehension.
come on. You don't comprehend? It's not her job to explain it to you.
I can't say with 1,000,000% certainty.
Thanks, Mike.
That everything, as far as in regards to me, everything should be looked at in its totality.
You killed a bunch of people. You ruined the lives of many more.
The,
For God's sakes, you hit a child that probably will never be able to have children because of the damage that you did to her.
mental health issues, I believe that
The lives that you ruined them,
you've seen them rear their head at times.
they want to make sure that you don't ever do it again.
I believe that. I know that you've seen that rear its head at times. I also believe that
Nobody cares what you believe.
recognize the need for the help that's needed.
I'm telling you, he's going to be asking, I'd rather go to a mental institution. That's off the table.
You've seen things as far back as my childhood. And I believe that you understand the certain needs that would benefit where to start. Me myself, I don't know. There's so many issues that
not for her to decide, where for you
I've been
to
trying
start.
to address for a long time. A very long time. And
At any point, you little asshole, you could have stopped. At any point, you could have
I don't know
gotten
where to
help.
start.
How many times did you need to go into prison before you could have taken care of
I
this?
have no idea.
Now you're here.
I can tell you that I want
Now
to
you're
be
here.
able to get to a point in my life where I can have the ability to recognize before it happens, when something could become out of control,
No.
before
No.
an outside source can maybe pinpoint it and say maybe something's wrong. I would want to get to a point
How about
where I
this?
can be able to recognize the signs on my own.
6 consecutive life sentences,
I want to get to a point
plus, I don't know, another 730 years.
I don't have a mind that's jumping back and forth and all over the
And
place.
in that amount of
These
time,
moves, they go
I'm
from
sure
here to
that
here
you'll
to
be
here
able to
here
find
to
the
here to
mental
here to here.
health
And then it's like, oh, I'm cool. And then it's
professional
here to here to here to here. I want to get to a
to
place
be able to
where
work you through these problems that
I
you're
can
running
combat
into.
that. This, Your Honor, this has not been easy.
Well, no shit.
And not just this, but life in general. It has not been easy.
Woe is me.
It's not easy to
It's called life, dumb shit.
wake up every day and try to figure out how to stay grounded, or how to
I've been doing it since the day I was born, shithead.
stay in a I don't want to say a box.
It's not hard.
But to be able to,
If you're saying you don't have the mental capacity to do this, you were not found mentally incapable.
to stay in a straight line, to be able to take life as it comes, to
Piece of
not only be able to cope with things. Things are gonna happen, problems happen. Life itself isn't easy. I want to get to a point, Your Honor,
No,
where
you'll have plenty of time to figure this out in jail. Plenty of time.
be able to say, okay, it's okay. It's okay.
Well, you'll have plenty of time to figure that out in prison.
I can be myself.
You can still be yourself in prison.
I can say, you know what? You aren't the only person going through this. This
No,
doesn't
you'll
make
be
you
going through the same thing everybody else is. You'll
any
be
less
getting
than
up. You'll be told
anybody
when to
else.
get up, when to go to bed, when to go to sleep, when you're going to
I
have
wasn't
sex.
asked to be born
You're
this
not going
way.
to have any choice
I
in
wasn't.
that matter.
I was not.
You ran
I
over
don't understand
small
it.
children. You ran
But
over
the fact of the
teenagers.
matter
You
is-
ran over
is-
grannies. You ran over old men,
I want to
young
get
men.
to a point of
The amount of damage that you caused.
happiness again.
Your happiness doesn't matter, Darrel.
to be able to be medicated and not care what people think. To be able to speak my truth without having to feel ashamed
Your truth.
that some people may think of me lesser than a person because I have to be medicated for life, or because they feel like it's not normal.
You want to be lobotomized? That's what
Which
I'm hearing.
leads to the reason why I said not wanting to live to please anyone else anymore,
You never
but
have.
for me to be okay. Here, for me to be okay, because I haven't been.
'Cause it's only
for
about
a long
you.
Time. I'm tired. I'm tired, Your Honor. I'm tired. Some days I don't know what's up or down. Some days I don't know.
Well, trust me, you'll have plenty of time to figure that
I
out
know.
in prison.
Mr. Brooks, it's going on 2 hours.
Yeah.
I feel like we're starting to cover the same ground over and over.
I'm not
So
your
I'm gonna
therapist.
ask you again, because I'm really interested in your perspective. I want to know, as I consider and contemplate and finalize what to do in this case, if there are any sentencing recommendations you have on your own behalf to make at this time.
I'm not your therapist.
I just want to be helped. I don't.
Well, you got plenty of help in prison there, son. They'll help you. You can get all the help you need. You'll have plenty of time for it in prison.
I don't want to live with inside this pain anymore. I know that's probably not the answer you're looking for.
No, she's looking for a sentencing recommendation. It's not her job to psychoanalyze you. She is impartial to your feelings. But if you have a sentencing recommendation, she's willing to hear it.
Your Honor,
Okay, come on, Darrel.
would
Let
like
me
to-
ask it this way, sir.
No,
6 of these counts that you have been convicted of are intentional homicide charges. The options for the court are very limited. Life without the possibility of extended supervision. Life with the possibility of extended supervision as early as 20 years, that's the statute. And third, anything in between. And then lastly, related to that, there's an enhancer of 5 years for each count based upon the jury answering that special verdict question, did you commit the offense of intentional homicide by using a dangerous weapon?
which he did.
Thoughts on that?
Well, he hasn't contemplated this. I don't know what that means.
Do you think you should spend the rest of your life in prison without ever seeing freedom outside bars? That would be extended supervision. Should these counts run consecutive or concurrent? Meaning one after the other, or serving them at the same time? What are your thoughts on those things?
Oh, there's consequences to my
I didn't
actions.
understand everything you said, but I did. I can't live a million years,
No, it won't be a million.
so
They just want everyone to know the gravity of the situation that you caused,
I feel like-
Darrel.
I should be able to go somewhere where I can be helped, where I can be
That's not
properly
an option that's
evaluated.
on the table.
where I can be properly medicated.
That is not an option that's on the table.
If that is an extended period of a long, long time, at least I know that I'm getting what I need. Not what I want, what I need. At least then I would be able to say, it's okay. You can be you. You can
No. You're not getting it, Darrel.
be grateful for the fact that
You're not in Gen Pop. You're not getting the ass clapped. You're not a
you
booty
have
goon.
experts, or I don't know if that's the right word, but you have people that
Mental hospital is not in your future.
know exactly what to do, that recognize exactly what needs to be done and what should be done.
It's not in your future.
To be able to,
Darrel, let me explain it to you one more
like I
time.
said, be properly
You got a
medicated,
choice between life and prison.
which is extremely needed.
You got with
I
no
don't know
chance of parole.
that
You got a choice of life in prison.
answers.
I'll follow it up again.
With an option for 20
What I
years.
hear you saying, sir, is that you don't have a specific recommendation in terms of
There you
how
go.
long the sentences
Thank
are,
you.
whether they're life, whether they're consecutive, whether they're concurrent, but you're
Come
asking me
on.
to take into consideration your mental health needs and your desire to get help. Would that be fair?
Yes.
There you go. How hard was that, Darrel?
And I think it should be what you said. What was the
Consecutive.
term you used?
The extended supervision term or consecutive versus concurrent?
Yeah,
Which one?
concurrent.
Right. Serving sentences at the same time versus consecutive, one after the other.
Yeah, that's what I want. Jesus Christ.
Serving all together.
That's her choice?
My main thing is, you know, like I said, regardless, is
Psycho killer. Ba, 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 ba,
to
ba.
not just be placed somewhere and just forgotten about. That
No.
doesn't help.
You're going to be forgotten. In case you didn't notice, the people that you damaged
Obviously,
do
I
not
don't
care about
know.
you.
How that all works.
Oh, come on.
But
Come on, Judge. Lunchtime.
I know that
I would
it
say
would
that she's
greatly
probably going to give
benefit
him
me
20
to
minutes.
be able to be somewhere where,
She's going to take an hour to decide.
like I said, I can
But
properly
it's prison.
evaluated and medicated with the things that I need. It could be something that I haven't even discovered yet, or not me myself, but it could be something that may be way near that could have helped me years ago that I probably wouldn't never have known up until this point, that could have immensely helped. I
understand what
want
you're
the
saying, sir,
yeah,
and
I want the opportunity.
He wants the opportunity to get
Again, I
out.
think we're starting to repeat some of these topics that you've covered, and I understand what you're saying, and
I
I
want to beat this. I want to beat this. I want the
understand.
opportunity to beat
You
it.
can't
To
beat
show
it.
that it can be beat.
No.
at this
I don't-
time,
I don't have to live like,
Yeah, you do.
I want to show that
You want some redemption?
regardless of anything,
You've never
that
asked for redemption.
there is still hope.
No. There's
I want to
not.
be able to show my children that regardless, you can rise up. You don't
Okay,
have to.
Judge.
I believe I understand and comprehend your desire to have your mental health issues addressed and met. You've stated that multiple times. I understand that. I can certainly address that in my sentencing remarks here today. At this time, it's been over 2 hours.
Yeah.
I appreciate all of the words you've said here today and the fact that you've made a statement.
I apologize for the length. I didn't even
No, you're just
It's not about
riffing.
realize.
It's okay. But at this time, I would like to take about a just shy of 20-minute break, come back at 3 p.m.
Told you.
and start my portion of this sentencing hearing with my sentencing remarks and the sentence.
Oh,
So at this time, we will be in recess until 3 p.m. Thank you, everyone.
well, there you go. That's going to be interesting. That is going to be interesting. Well, we'll leave that to go for a little bit. Thanks, Mike. Appreciate it. It'll get interesting, so I'm going to take a slight break, but I'll be right back in just a short bit. Where is it? There it is. Looks like the judge is back.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated.
Here we go.
All right, we are back on the record in State versus Brooks. Appearances are as they were before. I want to give you all a little bit of my roadmap for my remarks. NGI plea. Now, I wasn't going to start out doing that, but I feel compelled to make a record of certain things in light of many of the statements that were made here today by Mr. Brooks and his family.
I don't think so.
Following that, I'm going to talk about the case, the strength of the case, the witnesses and evidence that was presented, and some of the things that really impacted me throughout that time and throughout the nearly 4 weeks of trial. Then I will spend some time talking about the victims, their victim impact statements, and again, things that have stood out here to me. I cannot comment on all of the victim statements that have been made, but there are a few that I do want to highlight. And then ultimately go through the sentencing factors. Because all of these things that I'm going to talk about relate to those factors, which in Wisconsin there are 3 primary factors: the seriousness of the offense, the need to protect the public, and the character and rehabilitative needs of the defendant. So I want to start sort of near the end of all of the remarks over the last couple of days, and that is with my thoughts on Mr. Brooks and his mental health. I'm not here to debate that you have had a history over time of intersecting with the mental health agencies and that you may have in your history trauma, emotional pain, and things of that nature. I have read through not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 reports from experts, people who are well known in this field of what we call forensic psychology and psychiatry, individuals who have an expertise in evaluating a plea of not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect.
And he doesn't have that.
Because I don't want there to be any doubt in my sentencing here today that I've considered that. But I also don't want there to be any doubt that somehow this trial was missing something. Because the fact is, Mr. Brooks entered a special plea of not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect
And that was denied.
in the early summer, maybe late spring of this year. And this court ordered
forgot about
3
that, didn't you,
court-ordered
Darrel?
evaluations, and the state retained an expert to also review the issue. Whether the defense team at that point ever hired anyone, they are not required to disclose that. I don't know. But I have 4 well-known doctors who have written this court based upon the orders that were made or one doctor being retained.
Guess Mama didn't
And
get that
these
note.
are reports that are thorough. One report is 24 pages. Another is more of a summary. It's 8 pages. Another is 26 pages. And then another is 12. And they look at the discovery information.
Ouch.
So police reports,
Ouch.
videographic
Ouch.
evidence, things of that nature. They have access to any mental health related records from prior stays or things like that. They look at a
Ouch.
history. They meet with Mr. Brooks. I've referenced this in the past when competency wasn't so much raised by any of the parties here, but during the trial there was, as Attorney Opper wanted to make a record one day of Mr. Brooks's competency.
Yep.
And I will restate what I stated at that point. I have absolutely no doubt that Mr. Brooks is competent. I'm obviously well versed in the legal standard, but that is not something that this court was frankly ever concerned about at any point in time.
Ouch.
I know that his attorneys, when he had attorneys, never raised the issue. And it was really only after the trial began that issue was raised, I think, by the public based upon what they saw.
Oh.
But Attorney Opper, like myself, had the benefit of having reviewed each and every one of these examinations. And I'm not going to spend a lot of time, but I think it's important because it goes also to Mr. Brooks's character, which is one of the things that this court must consider along with his rehabilitative needs.
He's evil, conniving, a liar.
And I'm going to read parts of these evaluations so that you all understand the information that I have and why it is
We
my
understand.
opinion
I don't have
that
to be a mental health professional.
mental
to
health
understand
issues
this
did
shit.
not cause him to do what he did on November 21 of 2021 and frankly did not play a role. That's not to say that he wasn't diagnosed with something. I've referenced this previously, but that's an antisocial personality disorder. And this is what one of the reports has to say. They've looked at one doctor indicated that there was available evidence to sustain a diagnosis of cannabis abuse, intoxication, antisocial personality disorder, adjustment disorder with mixed disturbance of emotions and conduct. The reports go on to describe what those things are and that they may qualify as an abnormal condition of the mind substantially affecting mental or emotional processes and thus as a mental disease or defect as broadly defined by the Wisconsin jury instructions, and that's at least as to the adjustment disorder. Cannabis abuse or intoxication would not. The diagnosis of antisocial personality disorder, and this is what the doctor said, reflects converging support of an underlying characterological disorder versus a major mental illness. In Mr. Brooks's case, I would note his history of disregarding the rights of others
Yes.
and conforming to societal norms,
Yes.
including in the forms of multiple acts of violence beginning in his youth, contacts with the criminal justice system,
Oop.
lack of remorse as indicated by being indifferent,
Slap.
rationalizing, etc.
Slap.
The doctor goes on that it's her understanding that this characterological condition would not qualify as a mental disease or defect as defined by the applicable statute, which also specifies that mental disease or defect does not include an abnormality manifested only by repeated criminal or otherwise antisocial conduct.
Don't.
Goes on to talk about her opinion regarding criminal non-responsibility.
Yep. Here we go.
And the examiner rendered an opinion to a reasonable degree of professional certainty that there was not support for the defendant's special plea. that the facts at hand do not sustain a conclusion to a reasonable degree of professional certainty that because of symptoms of a mental disease or defect, Mr. Brooks was rendered to lack substantial capacity either to
Empathy.
appreciate the wrongfulness of the alleged misconduct or conform his conduct to the requirements of the law at the time in question. In arriving at this opinion, the following considerations were significant to this examiner. While acknowledging Mr. Brooks' documented history of episodic contacts with mental health professionals beginning in adolescence, most of the time he has had such contacts or received mental health treatment when in custody. In effect, there is not a sustained, documented history of a diagnosed major mental illness for him predating the alleged offense or otherwise.
Oh,
Looked at a psychiatric review from April of 2010. At that point, the defendant was determined to have no medically determinable impairment on which to qualify for disability benefits.
just because your mom crazy doesn't mean you
The
are.
consultant who conducted the review noted that Mr. Brooks' claimed mental illness was not, quote, well established, quote, that the statements that he made at that point were not deemed credible, they were inconsistent and not verified by treatment providers in the community.
Oh.
Factor number 2, the defendant's history of violence beginning years predating the alleged offense is significant. He faced multiple prior domestic-related charges. He was not permitted in his mother's home because of the history of violence. To be sure, the magnitude and lethality of Mr. Brooks's violence in the commission of the alleged offenses is more severe than what was previously known. However, the defendant's history of a pattern of violent behavior, coupled with other aspects of his history, and this case strongly suggests that his mental state, which produced the alleged offenses, was most fundamentally formed and fueled by contributions of his underlying characterological dysfunction, anger, and rage born of his conflict with his girlfriend moments before the Christmas parade tragedy.
Wow.
The examiner considered Mr. Brooks's episodic endorsement of auditory hallucinations, including on clinical interview with the undersigned, meaning the examiner, and in a couple of recorded jail phone calls subsequent to his arrest.
In other words, you can't fake
She
it.
said this: I am unaware of any objective corroboration that he presented, either in the hours leading up to or following the alleged offenses, as internally preoccupied or otherwise exhibiting signs of impaired reality, contact, or behavioral discontrol. To the contrary, the defendant's conduct within hours of the onset and moments following the alleged misconduct was organized, controlled, and purposeful.
There
Moreover,
you
he
go.
demonstrated the motivation and capacity to take efforts to evade detection and try to flee the immediate area of the parade carnage. She went on, I
No
have
remorse.
considered the seemingly inexplicable nature and magnitude of the violence and mayhem wrought by the defendant's conduct on the day in question. He has caused 6 deaths, dozens of injuries, and terrorized hundreds of parade participants and thousands of spectators. There is no indication in the extensive compilation of records and other information available that at the time of the alleged misconduct, he lacked substantial capacity to either control or conform his conduct to the requirements of the law, or that his reality contact capacity to appreciate wrongfulness was substantially impaired. In the context
He's a
of
rage
rage born
kitty.
of his conflict and altercation with his former girlfriend turmoil, the defendant was disinclined to control his behavior or attend to its consequences. Notwithstanding the magnitude of the violence in this case, a mental disease or defect is not defined by the unnaturalness or enormity of the act. Moreover, temporary passion or frenzy prompted by revenge, hatred, jealousy, envy, or the like does not constitute a mental disease or defect.
There you go.
She goes on to talk about the course of functioning of Mr. Brooks during the day leading up to the alleged offense. Does not suggest that he was behaviorally dysregulated or that his reality contact was impaired.
In other words, he wasn't hallucinating. He
Goes
did
on
everything
to
in a
talk
controlled
about
manner.
what he did in the immediate aftermath of the parade, including fleeing the vicinity, making efforts to evade detection or responsibility.
Yep. Still to this
and
day.
other things. Went on to discuss other evidence, including the videographic evidence of the Ring doorbell and being on the porch where he sought to use the phone.
Yep. Mama, help me.
He had apparently discarded a couple of small bags, later determined to contain marijuana. And presumably, this is the examiner again, he discarded items to evade responsibility for possessing them. By implication, such conduct strongly suggests his capacity to appreciate wrongfulness was then intact.
Just not wanting
When
to get
responding
caught.
to law enforcement officials, he followed their
Now
commands.
he's giving her the
he lowered
shit eye.
himself to the ground. We saw that on the recording.
That's why he's
of
got his mask
arrest
on.
when he was taken into custody and detained. None of the behaviors nor verbal remarks at the time of the arrest suggest he was behaviorally dysregulated or that his reality contact was impaired. Following his arrest and being taken into custody, he engaged in an informal series of verbal exchanges with authorities, and none of his statements taken at face value suggest he was then actively psychotic or that his behavior controls were substantially impaired. She then goes on to talk about the Mirandized statements. This court personally watched every minute of that interaction with Detective Carpenter and Detective Stern, along with the one from the night before, which was at the hospital within hours.
Oof.
And I would concur with the examiner's conclusions that the content of his initial statements to authorities included multiple efforts to deceive or mislead. He changed his story multiple times, including he initially denied being in Waukesha the prior Saturday. He initially asserted he traveled to Waukesha on the day in question in a tan Kia with a friend. He initially asserted his mother did not own a vehicle, though later acknowledged as much, and that he used it from time to time. Other changes in his story over the course of his statements and the nature of them further suggest that he was making active attempts to evade detection or responsibility. By implication, such behavior strongly suggests that his reality contact was then intact.
Still is.
When he was shown photographs of driving in the SUV into the parade route, he indicated it was not him.
No, not me.
And this is again the examiner.
Deny.
I'm sorry, with the police. She's noting the police contact. It was not until Mr. Brooks was in the booking area of the Waukesha County Jail that he displayed some emotion, and this was to, I believe, Detective Stern, where he said, "I didn't mean to kill nobody." Such a remark indicates an awareness of the consequences of his actions and runs counter to a conclusion of an exculpatory mental disease or defect. There's other criteria or other factors. I'm not going to read them all. That was probably one of the more comprehensive explanations of why that examiner did not conclude that there was support for the special plea of not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect. All four examiners shared similar observations. Certainly their conclusions were that there was not support for the special plea.
So I would bet that he falls back.
One examiner
and I don't understand.
Talked about, again, conduct after driving through the parade, abandoning the vehicle used in the act, altering his appearance by removing his outer layer of clothing, altering how he was wearing his hair, and then engaging in further efforts to leave the scene by securing transportation via a ride-sharing application. This particular examiner went on to say, while he essentially, meaning Mr. Brooks, disclaimed any memory of those actions and could therefore not explain them, such behaviors strongly suggest an awareness of wrongdoing and a desire to avoid detection.
Other words.
Another examiner had very similar things: antisocial personality disorder with borderline features, talked about the cannabis use disorder and full remission in a controlled environment. What's interesting about this particular report is the description of an antisocial personality disorder.
Yeah.
The DSM-5 defines antisocial personality disorder as a pervasive pattern of disregard for a violation of the rights of others occurring since age 15 years, as indicated by 3 or more of the following: failure to conform to social norms with respect to lawful behaviors, as indicated by repeated performing acts that are grounds for arrest. 2, deceitfulness, as indicated by repeated lying, use of aliases, or conning others for personal profit or pleasure. 3, impulsivity or failure to plan ahead. 4, irritability and aggressiveness, as indicated by repeated physical fights or assaults. 5, reckless disregard for safety of self and others. 6, consistent irresponsibility, as indicated by repeated failure to sustain consistent work behavior or honor financial obligations. 7, lack of remorse, as indicated by being indifferent to or rationalizing having hurt, mistreated, or stolen from another. In addition, the individual is at least 18 years old and there is evidence of a conduct disorder prior to the age of 15. This examiner noted Mr. Brooks meets nearly all of the symptoms described above because he has exhibited a long-term maladaptive pattern of behavior involving a disregard for and violation of the rights of others, beginning in childhood and continuing through adult life. The borderline features reflect a general inability to sustain healthy relationships with others, including his domestically violent relationship with victim PPP. That examiner goes on with further analysis and conclusions, again finding that there is not support. The last examiner, again, made similar conclusions, also diagnosing Mr. Brooks with an antisocial personality
And this is
disorder.
why she lets you go on for 2 hours.
Why is that important? There is no doubt that in our criminal justice system today, we face a crisis of the mentally ill intersecting in our courts. In the last year and a half alone, this court has ordered many competency evaluations, presided over a number of contested competency hearings,
I'm sure you have.
and ordered many, many evaluations for the special plea of not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect. And the bottom line is, for this court, Mr. Brooks does not present as a person who is either not competent or not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect.
Imagine
it is
that.
frankly heartbreaking to see those individuals who truly suffer from schizophrenia, for example, intersect in our criminal justice system. Sometimes
heart goes
they
out
do
to them.
unspeakable things. They hurt other people. I'm thinking of one such gentleman who was so schizophrenic and out of control. He couldn't even be kept in the courtroom. He was too loud. He clearly, if you've ever been in the room with someone who is suffering from auditory or visual hallucinations, it is not something you easily forget. It makes an impression, even on someone like myself who's not an MD or a doctorate level psychologist. I've been in the room with an individual who was, when I did defense work, and he was accused of killing
enough of the story.
someone
Come
near
on.
and dear to him.
Get to it.
It's a very, very different presentation.
We understand
It's
this.
heartbreaking. It's heart-wrenching.
Yes.
Do the mentally ill sometimes commit atrocious crimes?
Yes.
They do. This is not one of those situations.
So do mentally fit.
We've heard Mr. Brooks's family talk about mental illness and bipolar. You know, in addition, before I get to that, I've also had, over my 11 years on the bench, of coming face to face with evil on occasion. There are many times, good people do bad things.
Yep.
But there are times when evil people do bad things.
Yep.
There is no medication or treatment for a heart that is bent on evil.
Yep.
Child trauma, bipolar, indifference, physical abuse of a child, or even childhood trauma did not cause Darrel Brooks to commit the acts for which he will be sentenced here today.
Yep.
It is very clear to this court that he understands the difference between right and wrong, and that he simply chooses to ignore his conscience.
Yep.
He is fueled by anger and rage. Some
Yes.
people, unfortunately, choose a path of evil. And I think, Mr. Brooks, you are one of those such persons. As a mom, my heart breaks for your family, for your mom, and for your grandmother. The son that she raised, the grandson that your grandmother knew, the hopes and dreams they had for your life, they're gone.
Yep.
And I think it's perhaps far easier for them to blame a mental illness than to perhaps come to grips with their son did very, very bad things due to very bad motivations. One of the things ultimately
He's gonna just
that will
stare her
happen when
down.
you are in prison, sir, is that the Department of Corrections, they are statutorily responsible for your care and your well-being, including your mental health. I do not have any authority to dictate to them where you go or how they treat you. That is far different than when there is support for a plea of not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect, because then the court has available what is called treatment facilities and a commitment to such a treatment facility. That is something that is simply not on the table.
Oh,
And again, 4 evaluations,
Hurts.
not even my own assessment, but 4 evaluations from licensed professionals say otherwise. Even in the face of your family saying that, and even in the face of you claiming that. I'm not even
Ouch.
here to say that some of those things can't coexist, and
Yeah.
you might not have some of your own mental health issues, whether it be bipolar, childhood trauma, or things of that nature. But the bottom line is none of that caused you to do what you did on November 21 of
get it,
2021.
Daryl. She just called you a piece of shit.
I want to next turn to
Still no emotion.
the trial in this case. And I think it's important that the sentence here today focuses on your conduct on November 21 of 2021 and the moments leading up to that tragic and fateful decision of yours to drive through the Waukesha Christmas Parade.
Oh,
and of
give
course
it
the
to him.
moments after.
Go off. Come on, Judge.
I, of course, through my sentencing remarks and ultimately what I do here today, I can't answer all of the questions. I can't address all of the issues, including the why. Perhaps the one question that will remain unanswered. Why? Why did you barrel
Why?
down
Why, Judge?
White Rock Avenue? Why did you not stop? Why did you keep going?
Because he doesn't care about anyone but himself.
Many of us in this courtroom sat through the entire trial. And what we learned is that very early on in the afternoon of November 21, starting at around 1 p.m., the police got ready for the parade. The staging area was set up, and that was all along White Rock Avenue. Signs were put in place. Ultimately, barricades were put up at a number of locations on Main Street and surrounding that. We know, because we heard from Sergeant Warner about what he had done, and he had, right before the start of the parade, had driven down the parade route. It was on his shoulders, his responsibility to make sure everything was safe and in order.
Yep.
What's important about that staging area, sir, is we know that is where the altercation with Erica Patterson really came to a head. We all watched that video.
Yep.
Multiple videos. And we know that even before that, you appeared angry and upset. 2 individuals testified about you being at that mobile gas station, how you turned the wrong way down a one-way street, waved your hands in the air, rolled down your window, either exchanged gestures or words with one of the drivers. Perhaps 30 minutes or so before the start of the parade, maybe an hour or so before you drove down the parade route. But what's important is the signage. Even you, at one point, I believe when you were talking with Detective Carpenter, noted, it was my words, my assessment, it was clear something was going on. I think what you said was a lot of shit was blocked off.
A lot of shit. A lot of shit.
You'd driven past those signs
He'd
on the
seen
staging
it.
area.
He knew it. Oh,
The fact
now he's
remains
going to
they
talk
were
back.
there, sir. And the fact remains is you told Detective
Don't talk
Carpenter
back
that.
to the judge.
We then
He's going to talk shit now.
heard from
It's fully intentional, everything that he's doing. Just like
the
driving down
witnesses
that
related
parade route.
to Miss Patterson. We heard from Corey Runkle. We heard from Erica Patterson herself. My impression, based upon Erica Patterson's testimony, who, by the way, she showed grace and dignity facing you, the man
Again?
who clearly has no regard for her as a mother of one of your children, as someone you had a domestic partnership with and a relationship with at one point.
Yeah.
That's not true.
We
Yes, it is.
know, and I would say this goes to your character, what was shown through that altercation and going up the hill, following her, slapping her. You know, the rules don't matter to you, not the rules of the road,
Yep.
not the rules established by court orders,
Yep.
not the rules even of decorum and decency.
Yep.
And I'll get to this more fully when I talk about your character. And I know you went hard at Attorney Opper for her bringing these things up, but those are legitimate, lawful sentencing considerations. And when I get to that point, I'll tell you the case law that supports that. Your character, even your pending cases.
I don't need no case law.
I don't need no case law. You might want to just shut up.
We know at the time of all of this, right, you were out on bond for 2 felony cases, one involving a handgun, one involving the same vehicle in Erica Patterson, and one involving ultimately intimidation of Ms. Patterson. We know that on November 20th, and she was very contrite about this. She told you where she was.
Yep.
She invited you out there.
Yep.
And that you had contact with her on the 20th. There was
Never
some
had
physical.
contact with her on the 20th.
Mr. Brooks, this is my time. You
That's the
need to
reason-
not
That's
interrupt.
the reason why the
Yep,
charge
gag
was
him.
dropped,
Mr. Brooks.
Gag him.
You need to stop.
Said specifically,
Gag him.
wrote you, Your Honor, and said that they know it was no incident that day.
Mr.
And now
Brooks,
you want to sit up here.
Mr.
do not
Brooks,
and
interrupt
now
me
you-
or you will be removed to the other
and now you
courtroom.
want to sit up here
Remove him to
Stop.
the
and
other
try
court.
to
Now.
add something in that you know for a fact never even happened. You want to sit up here
Mr.
and talk
Brooks,
about
every
who has
time-
grace and all this. You talking about someone with
There it
5
is.
kids that don't
There
have
it
custody.
You
is.
need to stop
None of
right
them.
now or you will be removed.
There it is.
Remove me then.
All right, he will be removed. He cannot simply stay
I don't
quiet when
consent
this
to being
court talks.
sentenced anyway. I don't consent to this. Just
It don't
like I
matter
told
what
you,
you consent
I don't know
to.
the.
We'll be in recess until he's
I don't
removed
even
from the other court.
Your
understand
right to consent.
the true nature and cause.
You ain't gonna be consent when you getting that booty clapped either, motherfucker. Woo!
Confirm that Mr. Brooks is able to hear and see the court. We do have the audio and visual on. If someone, I can see On the screen, there is a headset on the table should he choose, but I have confirmation that the audio and visual are working in the other courtroom. Before I continue, of course, Mr. Brooks does have a right to be present for his sentencing. He's been present all along today up until his disruption. It was very clear to this court that he had absolutely no intention of stopping
Save for the
his
record.
tirade. I think there's really no other way to describe it. And this court needs to go through its remarks uninterrupted. And given the history in this case, which is well documented, of his disruptions and inability or unwillingness to follow the very simple rules of decorum and courtesy, which include not interrupting the court, I felt it important under Illinois versus Allen to remove him from the courtroom. As that is, of course, one of the options, and we have the benefit of the wonderful technology here in this courtroom and the adjoining courtroom, which I believe is the equivalent of being present, what I have referred to at times during this trial as the functional equivalent of being present in this very courtroom. But it is important that I go through this without interruption to make the record that I need to make.
Because he is about to find
I'm going
out.
to backtrack. No, you're not muted, sir. You're going to listen to me, and you're not going to interrupt.
Or I will mute you.
So I want to,
He's going to say it again.
I don't want to call it a
I want to be
tangent,
back in
but
the courtroom.
I'm looking for a note that I made. Then you need to pledge to this court, sir, that you will not interrupt me despite what you may not like me saying. Can you do that?
Well,
All right, he's not making that pledge, and under Illinois versus Allen, unless he makes that pledge, he's not coming back into this courtroom.
there you go.
You are not. All right, clearly he's going to keep repeating that statement, so I have muted him at this point. It was my hope that he would honor the simple rule of courtesy and decorum that he show respect to this court.
He shows
the
respect to
proceedings,
nobody.
and not interrupt and talk over me, but that clearly is something he is unwilling or unable to do. I'll find my note that I wrote later. It had to do with, frankly, what this court has observed as a pattern with Mr. Brooks, and that is when testimony or statements by the court or statements by the prosecution team become unfavorable to him, he lashes out and he disrupts.
Like a little
And
child.
That has been borne out time after time after time during this trial. So let me go through and pick up where I left off about the trial. I'm not going to go through everything in detail, but I think it's important that I set the stage, right, and the basis for my sentencing.
Decision. Oh, come on. Having dinner with this woman
One
must
of the
just be
things
horrible.
that I did note regarding Erica Patterson's testimony, because frankly I wasn't sure where Mr. Brooks was going to go with his own defense based on some of the remarks he made during his opening statement, which was actually later, but I guess I'll go back to my review of his recorded interview and some of the things that he tried to say, and at least it became apparent ultimately with the way he cross-examined witnesses. I wasn't sure if he would claim perhaps someone else was in the
ain't gonna
vehicle,
do you any
he
good
was afraid
now.
of police,
It's too late.
the tinting of the windows, some of those things. Here's where it frankly doesn't matter. Okay, Erica Patterson provided key testimony in this regard, that there was no one else in the vehicle with Mr. Brooks. And I'm aware that he wants to come back, but until he writes me a pledge that he will not interrupt me under Illinois versus Allen, he is not coming back in this courtroom.
There you go.
He has forfeited his right to be present during my remarks. And unless he makes that pledge to me in writing, he's not coming back in.
I pledge to be a good boy. I pledge to be a good boy.
One of the things I tried to do in my preparation, and let me tell you, I reviewed all of my notes from this trial. I have, I think, 9 notepads. I looked at just a couple of exhibits, but primarily the map, Exhibit 15. I really wanted to determine for myself how long this carnage took. We know the distance, right? From at least where he entered. And you know what, Madam Clerk? Put my screen up, will you?
Sure. Let me see. So we're video conference.
I'm going to put Exhibit 15 up because I think it's worth doing that. All right. We know he entered from White
just
Rock,
delay for him.
where the first star is on the right side, where it says Fleet 1, unmarked sedan and marked SUV. And that's where Detective Casey was. And so we know he goes 1, 2, 3 blocks before striking anyone. And then it's really about 5 blocks of what can only be described as chaos and carnage. We know we have, from the evidence and the testimony, 2 different speed calculations. One from Bosco's, that was the surveillance footage, between 33 and 34.5 miles per hour. And then we have one farther down from the footage from Curry Insurance, where it was an average 32 miles per hour. Now, I acknowledge math is not my strong suit. I did not do a calculation. But I don't think it took very long for all of this to happen. I think it was a matter of minutes. I think 5 minutes would even be far too long. It's probably 3, maybe. And it was somewhat hard to gauge during the trial because of how the state presented. And I don't mean this as a criticism, but they were very meticulous in showing video, breaking it down, showing it at half speed, sometimes 30% speed, to really get an understanding of what was happening. And at no point did anyone ever tell me or tell the jury how long this took. But even though it took just a couple of minutes, there were so many opportunities for Mr. Brooks to simply stop, turn around, turn down other streets before he ever crossed Barstow Avenue. And what we know is that at 4:37, Detective Tom Casey had the first police encounter with Darrel Brooks. Came face to face, Detective Casey at the hood of the car, coming eye to eye. The SUV brushed past him. And here's the thing. Detective Casey said he wasn't going very fast. To me, that tells me he had ample time to reflect about what he was about to do. If you look on that map, it's not a pledge, he's not coming in. When you come down White Rock, you can take a hard left on East Main Street. You can take what I call a soft left. I believe it's Pleasant Street. And Detective Casey, you can correct me if I'm wrong. I can't see it on the map. Frankly, you can turn around at any point in time on White Rock Avenue. But instead, and I think if you all try to picture this, as difficult as it may be, There's squads with lights. There's barricades. I know I read in the other act's motion that Mr. Brooks claimed at one point he was having a panic attack, and he, again, maybe I think he was going to claim at some point he was afraid of police. Why drive toward them? Why take that right-hand turn?
It ain't gonna work, Darrel. Because he's a piece of shit.
There's no reasonable explanation other than he was angry.
Yep.
He was full of rage.
Yep.
And he didn't care
Yep.
who he came in contact with, what he came in contact with, whether he drove past, through,
Over.
at.
Didn't matter.
He drove.
Yep.
Detective Casey pounded on the hood of that car, saw his face, again, was brushed by that SUV, thankfully not hurt.
Yep.
All of this preceded by the visual signs along White Rock Avenue of the staging of this parade. Floats, bands, banners, signs, people. And as you got closer to Main Street, the spectators lining those streets, which both, I believe, Detective Casey and Sergeant Warner said were thousands of people.
Because this man has no
Before
soul.
he ever gets to Barstow Avenue, he comes in contact with, after Detective Casey, Officer Buttrin and Officer Schneider. He has an opportunity, if you look at this map, he could go right on Buckley.
He did.
Again, there might be police, there might be barricades.
At any point
You
in
simply
time.
stop.
Oh, he doesn't like
You
this.
ask, can I get out?
Tough shit, Darrel.
No doubt in my mind, any police officer there would have done just that. He could have gone left on Northeast Avenue, continuing down.
They're
He could have
ignoring
gone
your
left
ass
on Martin
as they
Street.
should.
Continuing on, Barstow Avenue. This is where the parade participants, unfortunately, he has contact with them. But he could have gone right on Barstow. He could have gone left.
Ain't gonna work, Darrel.
And we know from some of the
Ain't gonna
footage that
work.
we saw that his car was seen
Ain't gonna work,
flying
Darrel.
past. True, not hitting one at this point, but flying past. There's no logical understanding for Mr. Brooks other than he's in the middle of a parade.
Ain't gonna work.
And he's about. He can see them. Anyone driving a vehicle would see what's ahead. And we know from this map, right, what was ahead of him. We saw that video footage. We heard the testimony.
Come on. Get with it, Judge.
Many police vehicles at these intersections with their lights flashing. There's no doubt in my mind that Mr. Brooks would understand a parade was going on.
Yep.
You can turn off my monitor, thank you. We also know it was not yet dark.
Yep.
Dusk. This was from the battalion chief who talked about when he arrived after that first alert at 4:39, it was not yet dark, it was dusk. I think that aids to the visibility that Mr. Brooks would have seen all of these people. This is not under cover of night. It's, of course, downtown Waukesha. We saw city lights and many of the street lights I'm referring to in many of the videos as well that would have
People
been
were
on
visible,
or coming on.
And he chose to drove into them.
We know just past Barstow, he strikes his first victim, Nicole White.
No
She
regard.
was with Remax
No concern.
Services with the hot air balloon. If anyone's seen that, we saw it in the video. That is unmistakable. What that
Yeah.
is. That would get anyone's attention.
Get mine.
If this was a mistake, if he was lost, this was his very first opportunity to stop and do the right thing after causing injury to a person. But he didn't. He
Yep.
did not stop.
Nope. Kept on going.
And then, of
Oh,
course,
wave your flag. Wave it.
The Waukesha
Wave
South
it.
Band.
You ain't getting back in there. The judge ain't gonna tolerate your shit.
It's hard not to think about what I watched and not have this reaction.
Damn, Judge. I feel for you.
Those were images that frankly kept me up at night, that I saw over and over and over. For their band director, she is a hero to me, to get up on the stand, to talk about, and that was Sarah Waymeyer Aparicio, to identify each one of her students. Talk about their formation, talk about what she saw.
Come on, Judge. Don't
So
let it
strong.
run. Hold it together, Judge.
For all of you.
Hold it together. Can't be emotional, Judge.
Mr. Brooks had another opportunity to stop.
See, he's getting off on this right now.
This wasn't one isolated person that he could claim, I didn't know I struck someone. This was driving over people. What Kyle Jewell described as the SUV went over people like they were big old speed bumps.
Darrel doesn't care. Still doesn't to
I
this
know
day.
The Green children were injured around there. Thankfully, their physical injuries were minor, and I know I could probably spend a long time talking about the injuries of the band members, and I'm not going to go through that. They were significant. It was horrific. Thankfully, none of them were killed. And then, of course, moving on to Burr's Logistics. Between the band
Doesn't
and
matter what
Blazers,
you want, Darrel.
that is where Kelly Graybow
Doesn't
and
matter
her
what you
10-year-old daughter Adelia were in that adorable Cindy Lou Who costume. And what struck me,
Wasn't a car.
Kelly referenced this in her statement yesterday, was seeing the tires go past her head after she was hit. Adelia had major injuries as well. And then, of course,
Come on,
the
Judge.
footage from the Waukesha Blazers. And Jeff Rogers talked both at the trial, he testified, and he gave a statement yesterday about, again, having to come into this courtroom, talk about all of those who were with him, who were injured, and of course, little Jackson Sparks. Another video that, frankly, is very difficult to watch and hard to
Bill.
unsee.
See, she had to watch that over and over again. That is rough.
You heard not only Jeff, but Josh Craner talk about what happened. And Josh, of course, being struck. And then the Extreme Dance Group. I think it's fair that I didn't fully understand the extent of their injuries until hearing from many of the victims yesterday. I now understand why one of the girls called her aunt and said, "My entire team is dead," because that's what it looked like. It was horrific.
Yep.
And to think of those two brave young ladies who got up during this trial to testify about what they saw, what they did. Jamie and Alyssa.
Damn.
Your dancers are proud of you. And because of you, justice has been served.
Yes.
We heard from others, spectators, Deborah Ramirez, regarding herself and her son, that the vehicle was accelerating, not stopping. A moment that sticks out to me was really Mr.
Darrel
Brooks trying to chastise her for
still
not seeking
doesn't get
medical
it.
attention right away. Her response was perfect. She waited due to the number of injured and all the blood she saw. Understandable. Not something to be chastised for.
Yeah.
And then moving on, and again, I know I'm not mentioning everybody, These are just some of the highlights that, and I should call them lowlights, not highlights, but some of the testimony and evidence that really, really impacted the court. Stephanie Bonesteel and her husband testified about what Citizens Bank was doing, hearing the impact against Jane, a very loud thud and an audible gasp from the crowd. Her husband Adam was driving the support vehicle, and when he was being cross-examined about why he didn't see the driver, again, he just simply said, "I thought it was my wife that had been hit. All I saw was the red poncho."
Damn.
And the
that's
only
so
time
harsh.
we ever heard about brake lights was when Jane Kulik was on that vehicle and he braked so he could get her off the top and run her over.
God damn it. Ouch.
We heard from Matthew Harris, who talked about the red SUV coming straight at them and then veering and going in the direction of the dancing grannies. And again, that audible gasp as he described that eerie sound.
Yeah.
He saw a child injured in front, Jane Kulik behind. Actually, the child and Jane Kulik behind, and 2 victims ahead. He saw 2 of the dancing grannies. What he described as the SUV traveling faster than the speed limit. What I wrote down from his testimony is he's a combat vet, and this is what he said. "I've never saw anything like this in such a safe area."
Yeah. Where you think
You could
you're
tell
safe.
he felt bad about not seeking treatment right away for his daughter. He talked about how his wife's a nurse practitioner. And again, he didn't want to direct resources from other victims, that we thought she was okay enough to be home with them.
Yep.
Now, by this time in the parade, it's very clear the spectators are noticing something is not right. The sounds, the atmosphere has changed.
Sounds.
There's
Oh,
screaming,
God.
there's gasping.
Sounds of bodies
There's a
hitting that
noticeable
car. It's
difference.
horrible. And nobody should have to live through that. Should just
At this point, I
rip your
believe
heart
that
out.
Owen was struck, Kelsey was struck. Probably another miracle, given the injuries she sustained, with a tear in her spleen, significant road rash, cuts, requiring facial surgery.
And wasn't minor
What
surgery
Mr. Knapp
either.
described the driver as having eyes completely wide open.
Completely aware.
And then next we heard from Laura Thien, one of the dancing grannies. She talked about the sisterhood. Another brave woman came in, talked about what happened to that group. 7 people injured from her group, 4 fatalities. She said it all happened in a matter of seconds. All I seen was bodies. It looked like a war.
Yep. And Mr. Brooks has no empathy for him. No sympathy.
The 6
It's been all
people who were
about him.
killed suffered multiple blunt force traumatic injuries, severe, significant, some dying instantly. I was impressed by both Dr. Scheel and Dr. Bidzricki. Dr. Bidzricki for her attention to detail, her looking at that vehicle, inspecting it, looking at the heights where certain damage was done, and it being consistent in height with the individuals that she did the autopsies on. And of course, Dr.
that
Scheel,
was-
and both of these
And here he
individuals
is.
have testified
The
before me,
same
but
look he had
Dr.
when he drove
Scheel,
through the crowd.
very shaken
Same look.
from the autopsy of little Jackson Sparks.
Same emotion.
We then, continuing on, heard from Father Witter, very gracious man.
Oh.
He too talked about how he noticed something unusual, saw an SUV flying down the road, heard thuds. It was faster than anyone in their right mind
All right,
would be
Judge.
going.
We don't
He
need to hear
estimated it
all the
be
gory
over
detail.
25 miles per hour. And then Lucas Hallmark, the off-duty police officer who was walking with his family on that day.
Come on, Judge. Render your decision. We
He
understand.
talked about the commotion behind, the large amount of screaming. You could feel it was palpable when he testified about having the wherewithal to try to get his kids out of the way, throwing his 3-year-old as far as he could out of the way. You could see the pain on his face when he talked about not being that successful with his 7-year-old. He said, "I wasn't quick enough." He testified that he thought this was a terrorist act, that SUV did not stop.
It was.
I referenced the speed already. The ACE speed estimation from Detective Carpenter, 33 to 34 miles per hour, a little bit more than that. The speed calculation by Michael Smith from State Patrol from farther down the route of averaging 32 miles per hour. And then, of course, the vehicle inspection by the State Patrol, finding no mechanical issues.
Yeah, he tried bringing that up too.
There was also the Franklin Assistant Chief who attended the parade. He was near West Main Street in Maple. He provided the testimony regarding the SUV, the window being open, and the driver sticking his head out, looking out. He testified how he thought perhaps it was either a medical emergency, maybe even a mechanical issue, but it was clear once that SUV passed him and he saw that driver. He saw you, Mr. Brooks. No panic, no distress. His heart sank.
Cold.
He knew it was not a medical emergency. The body language just didn't fit. It did not believe it was mechanical at that point.
Yeah, if it was a medical
either.
emergency, he would have stopped.
And then he saw the vehicle crank to the right.
Drive through the barricades and go on.
As he testified, he seemed excited about what he had done.
Yeah.
Another off-duty police officer, this one from Waukesha, talked about how he saw Mr. Brooks after the fact crash the vehicle, hear him yell out an expletive and run southbound with his sweatshirt still on. We all saw that video. Of course, at one point, Officer Skolton had contact. And as he testified, he put things together. Keep in mind all of the radio traffic, right, about one person, then like 15 people, and another 15. It was very apparent to him that although he was on the far end, he was around the dog leg on Wisconsin and Maine, that a vehicle had driven through the parade. He saw this vehicle. Of course, at that point, it was heavily damaged. He made the decision to use deadly force.
And he didn't hit him. Had he hit him...
What did he do after? What did Darrel Brooks do after?
Oh, he
crashed the vehicle.
He left.
He
Why
fled
would he
the
stick
scene
around?
in a hurry. He changed his appearance, took off his sweatshirt, loses his shoes, I think in a hurry to get out of there, not caring that they had fallen off. He puts his hair up. We saw that on a number of videos. He asked unsuspecting people to use their phone to call an Uber. All within minutes of all of this happening. He was in such a hurry to get out of there, he left his phone in the SUV. He calls his mother, who arranges for an Uber. We heard from the Uber driver.
Yeah, Mama is
never
an
showed up.
enabler on this.
It was nearby, ultimately, where
Not
he was
knowingly.
found. And then, of course, the ring footage of his contact with Daniel Ryder. That is at 5:01 p.m. Minutes after all of this happened. Mr. Ryder was astute noticing that after Mr. Brooks being in his home for maybe 8 to 9 minutes, he saw squads driving by. I think you could say his gut told him something wasn't right.
Right.
And he had Mr. Brooks go onto the porch, of course, after having given him a sandwich, given him a coat to wear. Ultimately asks him for his coat back. And then, of course, the arrest. This is where some of the lies become evident. Mr. Brooks claims ultimately when he's being interviewed by Detective Carpenter, they have to actually seek medical clearance for him because he claims that he was thrown to the ground when he was arrested. He was not. The video is very clear. He cooperated. He laid down. There was no use of force used at all to take him into custody.
Well, except for the handcuffs.
But we know ultimately that he lies about what he was doing in Waukesha, how he got there, who he was with. He lies about having contact with Erica Patterson the day before. We know when he's found, he has the Ford Key credit card, not only in his name, but one, whether it's a credit card or like a benefits card, but it's in the name of Erica Patterson, and of course an ID for himself, a state-issued ID. The Ford itself is registered in his mom's name. It's the same address that's on his ID, and there was documentation found in the Ford Escape.
He just didn't want to get caught. Delay.
He's now in
delay,
custody.
delay.
He's taken to the substation, ultimately taken to Waukesha Memorial Hospital. What's notable about the video and audio clips that this court reviewed from the hospital, Mr. Brooks is calm.
Yeah.
He's coherent.
Yeah.
There's no obvious signs of impairment, no obvious signs or really any signs of mental
He wants
distress.
to delay more.
He makes statements that he's not from the area. He doesn't appear disoriented or confused. At some point, there's kind of a jovial atmosphere between him and one of the detectives.
Until they brought the hammer down.
The next day, he lies to Detective Carpenter, denies driving to Waukesha. I got a ride. He makes up the story about a tan Kia. He's very nondescript and vague with the information that he provides. And over the course of those 5 hours, he never once references the parade. He never once says there was another driver.
Nope.
Of course, they start talking to him initially about the domestic altercation because by that time it's very clear a link had been made between Erica Patterson and the call that police originally received of the domestic, or at least an altercation near Frame Park and Mr. Brooks.
He denies.
We also know, because of the bond conditions in the 2 felony cases, he's not supposed to have any contact with her whatsoever. But he does.
Yep.
At no time during the 5 hours on November 22nd does he make any admissions. Does he show any concern for any of the victims? No empathy, only lies, only concern for himself, for his family. Can I have a phone call? He does not provide, and I said this already, the name of anyone else
Wrap this up.
that could be driving that vehicle.
We heard all this.
At one point, Detective Carpenter says, one of 2 people drove through the Waukesha Christmas Parade. Either a God-fearing person who screwed up or the malicious guy. Darrel Brooks' response is, don't spin it.
Yep.
One of the things that has become abundantly clear throughout this trial,
Mr.
Darrel Brooks understands exactly what he's doing.
Yep.
His comprehension is fine.
Yes.
I have absolutely no concerns and have never had any concerns throughout this case and throughout this trial, or even through the past day and a half regarding his competency. He's intelligent, he's deliberate, he's purposeful. He made nuanced arguments during this trial One about the right to counsel versus the right to the assistance of counsel. That's a sophisticated legal argument, not the product of someone who doesn't understand.
Yeah.
He asked questions on cross regarding tint, horns.
Yeah, we know all this.
He brought up the recall after the fact. He
Stop
talked
harping on it,
and
Judge.
asked questions about, question about barricades, police being at the intersection. Although we never fully understood what his defense was,
Of course.
what became very apparent to me as I reread through all of my notes is that from the very beginning, he wanted to argue jury nullification. If you go back to his opening statements, he talked about power and the jury doing the right thing.
Yep.
He repeated that theme during his closing
Yep.
statement.
Soft shit ain't gonna fly.
At one point, he objected to evidence based upon a violation of one of the court's pretrial rulings. Again, a pretty sophisticated objection that resulted in the court striking an exhibit that had previously been received. Today, he spent close to 2 hours talking on his own behalf without any notes. He covered a variety of topics.
We could have summed that up in about 10 minutes. You let it go on, Judge, but we understand why.
I want to talk next about, here's my note that I found. One more thing on Mr. Brooks. You know, at times, right, we've seen the eye rolling, the fake clapping, the
Yep.
laughing,
Yep.
hand gestures.
Yep.
Many times and most times very emotionless.
Yep.
Unless he's doing those things, which would be really inappropriate and are inappropriate. His reactions are largely negative
Yep.
when things are not going his way.
Yep.
What did this community suffer as a result of this tragedy, this malicious conduct by Mr. Brooks? Well, I think many of the victims who spoke said it best. Lori Locken described it as this: a sense of personal safety you robbed from us.
Mm-hmm. Hold
I
it
believe
together.
it was Bill Mitchell who said, the only life he seems to value is his own.
Yep. Very clear.
Jason referred to it as evil.
She
And he
agrees.
talked about innocence being stolen.
Yep.
He called the defendant a coward. No remorse. What he said is, you look like a monster. You look disrespectful to court and witnesses. You look like a callous jerk.
Yep.
But I forgive you. Such character. Such compassion. Margaret talked about the
Some
mental,
fine people there in
physical, and emotional
Waukesha, and
toll
you did
this
that
has
shit to
taken.
them.
She talked about how it was so traumatizing that her mind won't let her see everything that has happened, and that she's worried when her mind might allow her to do that.
No, that won't be fun.
I'm thankful that she's 95% back to normal.
Yep.
She talked about emotionally every day. She's reminded of the physical pain and the loss of self. But she's had tremendous support from family and friends, and that today she will move on. Jeff Rogers also commented on the lack of remorse and sympathy for the victims, how he has had to relive just the immenseness of this, the confusion, the anxiety, depression as a father, and irritation. He talked about how his son, Caden, was so concerned for his younger sister. I'm really glad Riley is okay. I believe that was from the day of the parade.
Yeah.
And how he recognized he was inches away from losing 3 of his 4 kids just because of where they were located.
And just
He had
imagine
flashbacks of grabbing his daughter's jacket,
all of this
missing the first time.
matters
That Riley
not to
gets
him.
up sometimes 6, 7, 8 times a night. How this was
She'd
supposed
be
to be
smart not to let
a
him back
happy
into that
kickoff
court
event for him as
room.
their new president. And how after it happened and in the aftermath, the weight of the moment, and 35 people there trying to find everyone, weighed on him. He talked about the media showing up at his door and the emotional toll things have taken. It was intense, and speaking at Jackson's funeral. He talked about how his faith is stronger.
Now, me as a faithless
Again, very
person,
gracious,
on
very
the other
inspiring.
hand, I have faith in people.
We heard
I don't
next from
have faith
Jessica
in
and
Darrel
Juan.
Brooks. I have faith that he
And
would do this again if given the opportunity.
How this impacted them, the loss of their son's friend Jackson. Their kids were involved in 2 different groups that day. One a dance group, not the extreme dance group, but a different one. And then of course the Blazers. And
Oh,
how,
rough. Come on,
I
Judge.
believe it was Jessica
Step it
who
up.
said, I yelled stop. I put my hands out as if I had the power. How she saw Jackson and how she will forever have that image burned in her memory. And that she was so grateful when she found her son. How she covered his eyes to shield him from what was around. Not once, but twice. They had to run because at first it was what happened through the parade, and then the active shooter situation, because of obviously people didn't know who had fired the shots in that moment. And she talked about pain and terror.
A lot of these people didn't think they were going to make it.
Many people talked about PTSD. I mean, for her, I was really struck by how difficult it has been because of what she saw, not able to be a teacher, how she's hyper vigilant, and every sound sends her into a panic.
Judge isn't going to let him back
Her
in.
joy has been stolen, and how she does her best to hold it together for her kids. But when she was alone, she cried, she screamed. And only a month ago was she able to return to work, but in a very different capacity.
And he had no remorse for this, and still to this day does not.
She commented on the lack of remorse by Mr. Brooks,
Yep.
and that he seems to search only for sympathy for himself.
Yep.
She said he will always be a danger to society.
Yep.
We heard from more individuals. From the Blazers, again, a lot of discussion of PTSD.
Yep. You've
The
never
sights and sounds of the SUV plowing through, the impact to her and the kids, the
been
nightmares,
in a large crowd where
parking lots
something
are
bad
problems,
happens.
there's panic attacks, that no one will ever be the same.
You have no idea.
Of course, we
The
heard next
mental
from
toll
the Sparks family.
that can take on you.
They're hurt, angry, they're traumatized, they're broken. It was difficult to even watch them make their statements.
I mean, I had a buddy of mine
Their hurt
in
is palpable.
San Francisco
She talked about her last hug with Jackson,
that had to pull bodies out of cars
the horrible sounds she heard.
after an earthquake.
She saw a police officer holding Jackson.
And he
She
couldn't even,
went to Tucker, and then
He
her
couldn't
world came
continue
crashing
on like
down. She talked about how she found a hat, both boys' hats, then shoes.
I cannot imagine being a small child.
And I
and
didn't
seeing
realize how significantly Tucker had been injured until she described that for us yesterday.
this. Yep.
How Tucker somehow blames himself for his brother's death. It's not your fault, Tucker. It's Mr. Brooks's fault.
Ooh, harsh. Yeah, read your little Bible there.
One of the things when there is a
Yeah,
fatality
he has no remorse. It's all about him.
with all of these victims is the future that is robbed from them, right? No future weddings, no future graduations, no future grandchildren or children, no plans. It's just gone. It's all memories. And the contrast with, frankly, what Mr. Brooks will have, and that is even a life in prison, he'll make memories, he'll have phone calls, he'll have visits. He may even get to hug the people that he loves again. For the 6 individuals who lost their lives, that will never, ever be a reality. And that this family also talked about the lack of empathy, lack of remorse, no apology. I'm aware Mr. Brooks wants to come back. It says, I don't intend to interrupt in any way. That's not a pledge. He needs to pledge that he will not do so.
Oof.
I need that word in
Don't
that
let him
statement.
back
If he
in.
does that, I'll bring him back in.
Do not let him back in. What did she say? What did she say? Not my problem, buddy. Don't let him back in.
I'm going to try to go a little bit faster. Some of the comments.
Please.
The yells and screams from that night will haunt me for the rest of my life. I'm asking the court to give the max for each conviction because he has given the community a life sentence of these memories.
Yes.
I think it was Tyler's mom who talked about the community rising like a phoenix. You clearly have a phoenix for a son. He's strong. He got me a little bit with his comments. Wasn't expecting that. You're an amazing young man. You're a picture of resiliency, of fortitude, of strength. I think what this community needs. I thought it was quite a testament that you took those pictures in the same
Oh, come on, Judge, now.
the same pictures of Jackson. You replicated that.
Enough
and
of
I
the
thought that was a great
heartstrings,
tribute to him.
please. We got this.
You talked about, of course, rising up with Eric, who had significant injuries as well, both of you,
God,
and how you fought
So
back
rough.
and each were able to play baseball,
so rough.
even if not up to the full capacity that you had done previously.
You'll get there.
And then we next heard from Sasha, who's haunted by survivor guilt. My heart breaks for her. She talked about feeling empty.
Come on,
How
Judge.
she couldn't play soccer because her kicking leg would hurt from the injuries she sustained. She has difficulty sleeping, struggles
So
with
rough.
nightmares. Physically and emotionally, she feels stuck. She talked about maybe law school being in her future. And to her, I say, don't give him the satisfaction of holding you back.
Don't.
Rely on your friends and your family and be the phoenix that Tyler's mom spoke about. Jen Dunn read a statement from Sasha's mom, and I wrote this down. No one knows what it's like to stand on your feet when there is no floor. That's a pretty powerful image. I think that's very apt for what this community has gone through. We heard from
Got a
others,
strong
including the
community
Teagues.
there.
We saw photographs. So many families with more than one individual who was injured.
And in less than 5 minutes,
How
that man
baseball
did so much
for
damage.
Eric was stolen. How he was such a good player. We heard a lot about night terrors and, again, PTSD and trauma. One of the individuals talked about humor is good medicine, and I would echo that.
We don't find a whole lot of this humorous, Judge.
We heard about one band member whose instrument may have very well saved his life.
There's only one person that thinks
Someone
this is
described it
humorous.
as a mental massacre, though, the aftermath of this.
And he has
It's difficult to go
no
downtown.
feelings
It's difficult to get restful slumber.
towards any of these people.
Panic
No
attacks
empathy.
are common. Describe Mr. Brooks as sheer evil in its vilest form.
It's got to be one of the roughest spots for her to be in.
I wrote down that despite all of the impact and carnage, many people talked about forgiveness, brokenness, sorrow, anger, hatred, regret. A lot of emotions. Frankly,
All the
really no
emotions.
emotion shown by Mr. Brooks, certainly not for what he did on
Yep.
November 21st. We saw a lot of anger for some of the people who lost loved ones, and understandably so.
Man was cruel, cold, heartless.
Many families were devastated.
Whole community.
Nannies and grandmas were taken away. Yes, there were very specific terms used to describe Mr. Brooks, that in their opinion, he's a monster, he's a demon. Pure, unrepentant evil was one of the phrases that were used.
Yeah.
Talked about the system failing us. Saw you in your SUV hanging out with a smile of satisfaction on your face.
That is no lie.
For one of Leanna Owen's sons, I lost my mom, and I wasn't always a good son.
It was rough.
You can hear, right, the regret in that statement, because life is short, and these lives were taken far too short. We heard the very gracious statement from Michael Carlson, who, unbeknownst to me, had been writing Mr. Brooks in jail and sharing the gospel and the love of Jesus. He read a poem, which I thought was beautiful, from the standpoint of his sister. And he said this. In that poem, it says, "We both died that day. I, Tamara, died to life. You died to the world." And then, of course, the Sorensen family talked next. They talked about never seeing their Grammy again. You murdered my mom.
This is rough.
But at least I have some peace knowing she died doing something she loved. We heard from Brooke yesterday and today. She reread her statement due to the interruption. Proud of her for getting up here and sharing that.
And still,
We talked about
Darrel
how compassionate each one of
feels
these
nothing
individuals who
towards these
died were.
people.
We
He's
heard
a horrible
about the compassion from Detective Casey
type
that we
of
learned
person.
about. It said Detective Casey came to our home to verify what we knew, and he greeted us every day
Horrible.
of this trial. They ended with, "Angels watch over us." 6 angels watching over us today. They asked me to hold Mr. Brooks accountable so that he will not have the opportunity to hurt anyone ever again.
All you have to do is agree with it, Judge. That's all you got to do.
We heard from the
Give him
Kulik
the
family
max that you possibly can, Judge.
about the empty space
This
that
is
they
what the
have and the
people want.
brokenness.
Darrel Brooks,
Their lives being shattered
he
by mom and
doesn't
grandma
want
being
any of
taken
it.
away.
he wants to be out in 20. He wants to be able to
We
see
heard
his kids
from
grow up.
her youngest daughter among them. The grief was so palpable, being 17 and in high school as a senior, now a first year in college.
Come on, Judge, hold it together.
She talked about all of the things she will never have with her mom. Just the last year alone, an 18th birthday for her and her brother, graduation, and beginning college. She lamented that her
If you
mom
feel
would
that
never
there's some sort of path
see
of
her
redemption for this guy,
do her wedding vows,
There's
never
not.
see any kids that she would have, be a grandmother. She wouldn't be able to call her mom for parenting advice. And how excruciating it was for that family to wait 3 hours because of the chaos at the hospital. Talked about triggers of their PTSD, sirens, things of that nature. And how she waited. She waited hoping that Darrel Brooks would have a reason.
nope.
She also said this, verdicts don't bring my mom back. No more hugs, no more dinners, no more talks. My mom was the glue that kept our family together, and we are falling apart.
And who did that?
Moving on, Leanne talked about her safety and security being stolen by this defendant. She asked Mr. Brooks to picture his own daughter, unresponsive, lying on the ground with a leg injury, a head injury, and blood coming out of her mouth. She talked about the
Wouldn't want that on
excruciating 2
anybody.
weeks in the hospital, wondering if her daughter would ever live, in a wheelchair and then a walker for months. She said this, all you had to do
Was
was hit
stop.
the brakes.
That's it. He didn't.
Her daughter talked
He
about
wouldn't again.
being scared of everything, worried about a sister, being alone in a church for 3 hours on lockdown because of what was happening in the aftermath. And we heard next from the Urel family,
That's the
a
roughest.
family that, of course, was impacted significantly with 4 of their children, all of their children being struck by the SUV, with the mom, of course, having to testify, in this case being called by Mr. Brooks, which, of course, was his right to call witnesses.
Yeah.
But it's the manner in which, I think the indifference,
Yes.
not caring that this was someone who had 4 children impacted significantly.
That was a pretty strong one.
Clearly, you're raising your kids the right way.
Yep.
With grace and dignity, Charlotte got up and talked about the basic things you learned in kindergarten.
Yep.
She described what she saw as being stupid, delusional, and egotistical.
And he
She
hasn't
wanted to
learned.
punch you in the face, and understandably so.
And
I
he's
think
still.
her words were, "Your arrogance is pathetic," and her mom echoed those words.
He still doesn't care.
And then the gut-wrenching survivor guilt that you heard from her mom. She goes, "I say this with a heavy heart. I have my kids here. I had to fight for my children. They will strive."
Yep.
And then, of course, we heard from Alyssa, her heart-wrenching statement. She, of course, testified bravely,
If you didn't watch this yesterday,
but you could tell the impact that this had on her.
it's
and
hard
what
to
she
watch.
saw in the aftermath to the
The
extreme
impact
dance
statements
team.
on that, it's hard to watch.
How one of the girls, who at 10 years old,
To know
even lying on the ground being injured, had the wherewithal
the
to ask,
devastation this guy caused.
why would someone do this? If a 10-year-old knew this, then the defendant knew this. And how she left the hospital not knowing if she would see some of her girls again.
That's
She was
harsh.
completely,
Really
utterly
harsh.
broken, forever changed by this event. She waited. She talked about how she waited for remorse, for empathy. It didn't happen.
Nope.
Dylan Urel said something very insightful yesterday. Something we didn't hear about in the trial, but because of where he was at on the parade route, around the corner, waiting for his children. He didn't even know that all of them were in the parade. He said this: you hit the brakes to go around the corner. And then you drove through a barricade where an officer shot at you 3 times. Those brakes were working. You knew how to use them. And you selfishly only used them so as to not crash your own vehicle as you fled the scene. Talked about walking through and around that corner through the wake of carnage, bodies all over, women, adults, children deceased, people running all over.
Keep it together, Judge. You got this.
We heard from more of the members of the extreme dance team, either directly or parents and loved ones, how they had to walk through the carnage to find their children. Such a gracious statement of love, talking to Mr. Brooks about being a Christian and how she prays for him. Very powerful. Thank you for that.
Yeah, it's more than he deserved.
Her daughter, equally as powerful and brave and gracious. But even she knew, she said that I thought about you every day. How could someone do this?
You'll never get an answer from him.
More victims talking about PTSD. How even the song that was playing during the extreme dance team performance is a trigger for her PTSD.
Because of you, Brooks. Because of you.
We heard from the sister of victim HH and how the first thing she talked about was the sound of Vivian Urell whimpering, crying, and then she found her sister, how her clothes were ripped off. She was unconscious, half naked. How she felt forgotten because her mom was at the hospital with her sister, of course, due to the severity of her injuries.
Mm-hmm.
How her sister was in a coma for 2 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
But how she has survivor guilt and issues like that, panic attacks, PTSD. She can't be around fireworks. Tires screeching is a trigger. That this turned her life upside down.
And Mr. Brooks
And then,
has
of course,
no
we heard
remorse.
from victim HH herself. So brave to come here. I'm so very thankful you are recovering. Someone commented on how amazing it is to see the many people in recovery. You wouldn't know by looking at them, of course. The emotional and mental injuries are significant and severe.
Yeah, Brooks.
But so grateful. Frankly, lucky to be alive.
She should give you no quarter.
I say to you, that scar on your neck should be a sign of strength and fortitude. You fought, you won.
Yep.
You have a story to tell. Don't shy away from it.
Yep.
Of course, we heard from her mother as well. We saw that PowerPoint with the pictures of their journey. The road rash on her face was horrific. You can only get a mental picture from words so much, but to see those actual pictures, her being intubated, and it's heart-wrenching. And all of the surgeries and the toll it took on their family. But she described her daughter as a warrior. I think all of you here are warriors. We heard from Sam and her family and what she went through and how significant her injuries were. And her mom talked about the haunting vision she has of just what she saw because of her perspective. Sitting in the back of the pickup truck, she had a seat, a front row seat to horror. How she thought her daughter was dead because she was unresponsive, and blood, and really kind of the chaos and the confusion, and not really even being able to articulate what happened over the phone to her husband. She described what happened as careless and reckless.
Oh, I could have used worse words. Good Lord.
Asking Mr. Brooks, how could you do this? What kind of father does that?
Yep. What kind of father are you, Brooks?
The last person we heard from was victim, I think it's Gigi, the mother of FF. If I have it reversed, please excuse me. And how I actually have her written statement that was provided earlier today, but how she was so taken aback by
Ignore
the
him.
conduct of Mr. Brooks that she frankly called him out on it yesterday.
Ignore him.
Because he was kind of
Objection.
motioning his hand like, okay, come on, let's get this over with, hurry up. She yelled at him, you don't care. She goes, you hit me, I saw you, you knew.
Your objections do
you're
not
a child
matter.
killer, you're a woman killer.
Get this through your head, Brooks.
She was so flustered, she had to really
Your
gather
objection
herself before she
does
could
not matter anymore.
continue. So again, I want to thank the victims. I have other statements that I've read for people. So gracious. I think they were all members of the Catholic communities. Their statements were translated. Very gracious. Praying for Mr. Brooks. So I just wanted you all to know that I've taken all of these statements into consideration today. I can't read your sign, Mr. Brooks. Can you hold it up closer? If it's a pledge that you will not interrupt me, I will bring you in for what will be the final section of my remarks today in the sentencing portion.
Judge, I think you should give him that opportunity before you go through
I'll do that.
sentencing factors. And I can only read the top where it says objection, but
I can't tell what it is, what it says. He can bring the sign with. We'll clear the courtroom. We'll take a short break, and I will bring
All right.
him back
So
in. But I will
we're gonna
warn you,
take a
Mr.
little
Brooks,
short
that there is
break here.
one interruption. You will go back to that room because you will forfeit your right to be present for the sentencing portion. We'll be in recess until we can get him back in. Thank you.
Here we go.
reflect that 453 Mr. Brooks is back in this courtroom. Mr. Brooks, the only way I will honor that request is if you specifically waive your right to do so. Without that,
There we go.
That's not a convenience for you over there. It's you go over there when you frankly demand removal under Illinois versus Allen.
Demand anything.
No, you conduct did. So you
My
can
conduct
sit.
didn't demand anything either.
Right, Mr. Brooks,
You
please
keep
sit
changing-
down.
You keep changing
And I'm
the
going to continue
jurisdiction.
with my sentencing remarks.
You keep changing the jurisdiction. Jurisdiction is a subject matter jurisdiction that
Every
has yet
second
to
she
be
sends him
proven on the
back
record.
over.
In
Mr.
that court
Brooks?
and
Don't
in this
argue
one.
with him.
Please sit down.
I would like to go back to the other courtroom.
It's not a courtesy to you. If you'd like to specifically waive your right to be physically present, then I will entertain that. Otherwise, you need to sit
I
down.
never waived the right to not be present.
Yes,
That's
you did.
because you
to-
forfeited your
Yes,
right
I
to be
did.
present
Forfeit
by
anything, Your
conduct.
Honor.
You're
I
now
wrote-
back in this courtroom.
Your Honor, I wrote 3.
Move
I
along.
did what you asked
Don't
me to
argue
do.
with him.
You
said-
never
Don't
once
argue with
pledged
him.
to me, sir,
Don't
that
argue.
you would not interrupt. And
You-
you're demonstrating by being here that you continue to interrupt.
Doing it.
Man, I ain't trying to hear all that because at the end of the day, I did what you asked me to do. You told the bailiff to tell me.
Mr. Brooks, this is not a debate.
You told the bailiff to
It's
tell me
not
that
a
I had
debate.
to
You
write.
asked to come over here, and I honored
Well,
that, and
I
I brought you
exercised my
back.
right 3 times.
Send him.
I shouldn't have had to do it 3 times.
None of those opportunities that you wrote
Send
to
him
me
back.
said, I pledge to not interrupt.
I never
Judge
had to do
Darrell."
that before. You've never required that before.
That is actually
Why
not
is she
true.
even-
sir.
You've
entertain
never
this.
required that before. Every single time that I've been brought over there,
Send him.
after some
Send
time,
him.
sometimes very short,
him back.
sometimes an
Mr.
extended
Brooks,
period of time.
you are just simply trying to delay the
I'm-
inevitable. Please sit
I
down.
don't care about the inevitable. It was
I need
already
to
written
get
from day
through
one
this
what was going to
hearing.
happen. That it doesn't make me lose any sleep about that. I know I'm okay. I'm okay with everything.
Then please
I just
sit
wanna
down.
I just want to be treated fairly, which I have
Please.
not been.
Yes,
Please
you have.
sit down.
And then Your Honor, and then you
Mr.
always make it
Nope.
seem
This is
like
not
Remove
a
you
him.
always
debate.
make it seem
Remove
like
him.
it's some
Remove
type
him,
of
Judge.
aim,
Remove him.
and it's not.
Please sit down.
We're talking about
him.
constitutional rights. You just told me, or you told the bailiff to tell me that I had to exercise a right that I should already have. I did that. Not
No,
once,
you didn't.
not twice, 3 times. And it still
you
wasn't
didn't.
honored. And then I raised this sign.
Mr.
I'm
Brooks,
waving this for like 20 minutes,
You're-
saying I would want to come back. I'm doing this.
You're
Hey,
here now.
Can I come back? Can
No,
I
you're
come back?
interrupting.
Can
So
I come
sit
back?
down.
It wasn't honored. And then
So I
I said,
can
okay,
finish.
Camera
I'll
goes
write
by
this,
it.
and I'll
To
see
play
if
on the camera.
Your Honor can see it on the screen. The objection sign saying,
Mr.
I've
Brooks,
exercised my right
if
to
you
be present.
stop for a
May I have
minute,
the order of the court?
I'll explain it, but you have to stop so
I'm
I
not
can
putting my-
explain it.
Your Honor, I did what you asked me to do.
No, we didn't.
Actually not.
Yes.
Let me explain
And
if
I
you would
didn't-
like.
If I didn't, Your Honor, if I
Don't
did not do what you
explain
asked me to
anything to
do,
him. Remove
then
him.
why was I allowed to come back if I did
Remove
not
him.
do what you asked me to do?
Because I'm
Remove him,
frankly
Judge.
going to a
Remove him.
very distinct portion of this hearing where I am going to impose sentence.
Okay, that doesn't
and
answer the
that
question, though, Your Honor.
matters.
Yep.
That doesn't answer the question.
Please sit down
Wait,
and
she
I will
doesn't have to
explain
answer your
and
questions.
remain quiet
With all
without
due-
interrupting me.
With all due respect.
That doesn't mean you're respecting me, so please sit down.
With all due respect,
Sit down.
you told the bailiff when I
Sit
when I
down.
first said, because
Remove
every
him.
time that I've been brought over there in the past,
Mr. Brooks,
you always stated
I don't need a history
you always
lesson of
stated
what I've done.
that when I exercise
him.
my right to be
Remove
present,
him,
Untrue.
Judge.
you've
Untrue.
always said we
Untrue.
have the record. We have the record. We can dig into the record.
Remove
Mr.
him.
Brooks,
I know what the requirement was of me going
Remove
over
him.
there. You've always stated on the record that when I exercise
Remove him.
my right to be present, you will bring me back if I will follow the rules of
Remove
decorum.
him,
That's
Judge.
your exact words, which you said every
Straight up.
time.
which you're
I've never-
demonstrating
I've
right now
never
that
had-
you have absolutely
Your
no
Honor,
ability to
straight
do.
up.
With all due
Remove him.
respect, I've
Why
never
are you
had
moving?
to go through
Don't
any
argue.
type of certain words that needed
Man
to
up
be
on this.
said or
Remove
stressed
it.
or anything like that before. I've always done it the way that you've asked me to do
No,
it.
you haven't.
No different than today when I told the bailiff I would like to be present. You told the bailiff if he wants to be present, he has to put it in writing.
And
I
pledge
put
to
it-
me
I
that
put
you
it
will
in
not
to be-
interrupt me
I put it in
Not
writing.
interrupting. No, you
without
did
a
not.
pledge.
So why am I here?
because I'm going to move on to another phase of this hearing, and I thought it important that you be here in person.
So I was here.
But you didn't reclaim your right to be back here.
Then why am I here then, Your Honor?
Allowing it to
Okay,
happen.
and I respect that you're allowing it, but
No,
still, it doesn't answer the question,
She doesn't
though,
need
Your
your
Honor.
respect.
It does not answer the
She doesn't
question.
need
Brooks.
anything from you.
Your Honor,
Mr.
as a
Brooks.
public
Brooks.
servant, I have the right to ask questions
Sir?
of Your Honor.
I'm going to ask you one more time, and if you refuse to sit down, then you are in direct disobedience of a court order. Sit down and be quiet so I can make
His
the
next thing
appropriate
will
record.
be,
Can you tell
am
me
I
what
in
the
contempt?
All right,
court order
he's
is?
not going to obey. He's now forfeited
I
his
didn't say
right
I
to be
wasn't gonna
present.
obey.
He will go into the
I
other
didn't say I
courtroom.
wasn't going to obey.
We'll
I
be in
just
recess
asked what is
until
the
he's
order.
there.
Moved.
I just asked what is the order. I
Doesn't
didn't
matter. And this is why you don't argue with the judge. The judge has every right to argue from you. As he should. Looks like she's going to go first and going to get hurt. And that's fine. If she's going to put him over there, she's not going to have any more than she's after this. And it's going to happen. See, he's just done nothing but prove what she's been telling him the whole time, which is that he has no respect for anybody except for himself. And you have to understand that there's nothing wrong with fighting for your right to speech, to be heard. Those are certain rights that everybody has, if they don't infringe on somebody else's. He's about to find out that he's going to get a lot of time, and he's just trying to delay. That's all this is. It's just a delay. And I understand why the judge is entertaining it, because this makes it impossible for him to appeal. The judge has done a really good job on making sure that she's kept a solid record. And of course, she's probably going to spend another 10 minutes whenever she comes back after he's been moved over there. And she'll walk through the whole spiel that she says reason was moved under this code citation, Barry v. Allen, blah, blah, blah. And she'll go through that spiel, which will take another 10 minutes. And once she finishes that up, she's going to read out a verdict. Or a sentencing, sorry. Once she reads out that sentencing, then you're going to see people will just happily walking away from all of this BS that he's put them through. And he's going to be forgotten. And they're back. Sorry. Oh, he looks so angry. He's an angry little man. See, I had to deal with people like this in many different facets of my life.
Thank you. Please be seated.
And there's a reason why I don't deal with them anymore. what you're about to
Of course, I
find
do
out.
need to first verify that they can hear and see us. I'm getting the thumbs up. We are back on the record. The record should reflect that Mr. Brooks is no longer in the main courtroom. He is in the adjoining courtroom. I, of course, have been erring on the side of constitutional caution, but I would note that his right to be present at sentencing is a statutory right, which, frankly, I probably don't need to go through the findings under Illinois versus Allen.
Oh, please don't.
But
Thank
I
you.
did. But under whether it's a statutory right or a constitutional right,
Please
you can
don't.
forfeit that right, and his
Don't.
behavior today has certainly demonstrated that he has forfeited his right to be present in this courtroom. During my sentencing remarks, he immediately came in. I was on the bench looking through my paperwork. The courtroom wasn't even open. And he started asking me questions. I said I wasn't going to answer them. He really had no respect for the proper decorum. I needed it to be on the record. He didn't seem to care about that. Wanted to debate me about my prior rulings. Bottom line is, it's a statutory right for him to be present, and he's forfeited that right. And I would just add that it's part of a
Because the
pattern
boy
that has
wouldn't
been
shut up.
demonstrated during this trial, that when my perspective, things are not going in his direction, things are being said that he doesn't agree with, that he tends
That's a
to
big old
act
boy right there.
out, he disrupts,
Darrel Brooks is a little manlet.
and
But he also knows that them big
I'll
old
leave
boys
it
right
at
there,
that.
they won't physically harm him.
Once again, I'll confirm he can hear and see. We've got confirmation from the staff
That's
in
probably
the
little
other
manlets like
courtroom.
this.
One of the reasons I really spent the time going through both my observations of Mr. Brooks in terms of the mental health related issues, and first, and then going through the victim impact statements before I go through all of the necessary factors
She wants to
for
have this on the
sentencing is,
record.
frankly, it's challenging to
Of why it
talk about
shows
the impact to the victims without getting
Your
emotional.
objections don't matter, Brooks.
This trial is unlike anything that I've ever
Keep
been
trying to
a
play up
part
for the
of.
camera.
The sheer magnitude of the crime, the number of people impacted, how they were impacted, the vicious, senseless nature of it, and hearing about the impact of all of that on our community members and the people who were at the parade, it's heart-wrenching. And I wanted to
We
do
know that,
that
Judge.
before I
We were
really
there.
got to the meat of sentencing. Because I also thought it was important to really spend some time recognizing and acknowledging the impact to the direct victims who are in this courtroom and who have provided statements.
Yes, we understand. Give us the
Today-
ruling, Judge.
My focus in sentencing will be about November 21 of 2021, the events shortly before that or leading up to it and after, and are not about Mr. Brooks's conduct during this trial, even though case law is very clear that his conduct at trial can and is a legitimate factor for the court to consider.
Yes.
I need to make the record very clear that in no way what I do here today is based on Mr. Brooks exercising his right to a trial. That is a firmly embedded constitutional right, which I support,
Absolutely.
which I upheld.
Yes.
Of course, every person charged with a crime has a right to a trial. This court honored that right. I protected that right.
Yes.
Even if Mr. Brooks treated it with contempt, disrespect, and at times like a game.
Yep.
But sentencing today is directly related to his conduct on November 21 of 2021 and the other
Give it to us, Judge.
sentencing factors, which, as I indicated previously, include the seriousness of
Darrel
the
Brooks,
offense,
you're
the
about
need to
to
protect
find
the
out
public, and
Judge
his character
Darrel
and rehabilitative needs.
was the last pretty face you'll ever see. That's it.
Today I am tasked with sentencing Darrel Brooks for 76 counts related to a couple of moments in time. Moments that are tragic, moments that were frankly avoidable.
Yes.
My sentence here today
Come on, Judge.
is, the purposes of it are twofold. Really threefold if we think about the community. One, it is punishment. Two, protection of the community.
Yes.
And three, what I hope is justice and closure for the families and the community at large.
You hope, but it will never
I,
happen.
of course, want to recognize and give due respect to the guilty verdicts that were rendered by the jury in this case. Not
Please
just
do.
76 guilty verdicts, but the special verdict questions that they answered, including for counts 1 through 6 and 7 through 67,
Rough.
that had the special verdict question related to the use of a dangerous weapon. So let me talk about the seriousness of this offense. The seriousness of the offense can be summed up, frankly, in one word, and that is attack.
It was
There is
evil.
nothing, no other word that can best describe what happened on November 21 of 2021 than the word attack. I talked about during my remarks regarding the trial about the opportunities that Darrel Brooks had
Ain't gonna work,
to
Darrel.
avoid this altogether. I put Exhibit 15 on the screen for a bit, which is the exhibit that details the map. The map of the parade. It starts with White Rock.
Come on,
It
Judge.
shows where Sergeant
Stop
Warner
delaying
was
the
at one
inevitable.
point.
You're delaying the inevitable. Come
Farther
on.
up that parade route, the staging area, and I believe if you look further up on Exhibit 15, it
see
even
how
depicts where White Rock
the judge is
School
gonna rule
is, and
on
that, of
this.
course, is where we saw the
You
video
don't
of the
have to
altercation
justify it.
between Mr. Brooks, Corey Runkle, Nicholas Kirby, and
We
Erica
understand.
Patterson. Now, of course, there were moments in time before that,
Come on, Judge.
but that is really where things started, where I believe Mr. Brooks boiled over with rage and
And
anger
he still has it.
that he chose not to control on this date. He had a number of opportunities to simply drive in the other direction down White Rock, but he chose to drive toward Main Street, even though from the testimony we know it was very evident that it was staging for a parade. There were many people, may not have
Come
been
on.
exactly by
Bring
the
it up,
school,
Judge.
but farther
Judge,
down White
Get
Rock.
to the point.
From Niagara
Say the
forward
point.
is where
Get to the
that
point.
staging area was located, and many people were there. The sights and
You could
sounds
see 'em.
of a parade. The
You
signs
knew it was gonna
on
happen.
the side of the road telling people not to park there.
Brooks
for
knew it was going to
example.
happen. It was intentional by Brooks.
Instead of turning around, or instead
Everybody
of turning
saw
left onto East
what he did.
East Main Street or left onto Pleasant, and despite Sergeant Warner trying to flag him down and being in front of a squad with lights and a clear indication you should listen to or honor the even gestures of a police officer, and he was in uniform. He drives down White Rock Avenue and has contact with Detective Casey, who very clearly did everything he could to
We
stop
don't need this
Mr.
explanation,
Brooks.
Judge.
And in that moment, thinking it's a lost motorist.
Judge Darrow.
But Mr. Brooks chose to basically brush him aside with that SUV and drive on to Main Street, past more people, past many spectators, and in a manner that was not just at a speed inappropriate for a parade, but frankly, that was reckless and endangered anyone who was on the roadway at that time, whether or not he hit anyone between White Rock and Main and Barstow and Main. But during that 3-block section of Main Street, he could have turned off Buckley, Northeast Avenue, Martin Street, or in either direction on Barstow. He could have stopped, asked for the police barricades to have been removed, or frankly turned his car around even at that point and gone back the way that he had come. But he didn't do that.
No, because that was not his goal.
He chose to drive recklessly, carelessly, and maliciously through a parade route and at anyone in his path, where he struck not one, not two, not three, but 68 different people. We actually know that number's higher because we now know, we heard from the 2 individuals who were with Extreme Dance, the one girl who was struck by one of the individuals who was clearly struck, and that person flew into her. That would qualify for a charge based upon the state's description of how they chose to charge. It's just they didn't know until closer to the sentencing hearing. So 69 individuals if you include her. There are so many aggravating factors here, it's frankly difficult to even keep track of them all.
Yep.
The complete disregard for the lives of anyone else that day. Someone described it as depraved indifference, and I think that is the perfect phrase to capture the actions of Mr. Brooks on November 21st of 2021.
And he continues to exhibit
the aggravated
this.
factors of the numerous opportunities to turn around or not even enter the parade route or simply to stop. The fact that he mowed over and used that vehicle as a battering ram to hit 68 individuals, never once stopping, with rage and anger at unsuspecting people at a parade who were there simply to kick off the holiday season, to experience joy with their families. The intentionality of the conduct is outstanding. The viciousness, the speed, the swerving from side to side at various points. This was not a case of whodunit. From the very beginning, from when this case was charged, it was clear who did this. Now, that is not to say that I prejudged this case. I did not. But after sitting through this trial,
you can clearly see that he did this on
after
purpose.
watching the many videos, after listening to the testimony of the many, many dozens of witnesses, it is clear the state had overwhelming evidence of Mr. Brooks's guilt.
Yes,
what's also
we know
aggravated is his complete and utter lack of remorse.
Yes.
He spoke here today for 2 hours. One sentence, that's it. I'm sorry. No detail. 2 hours, one sentence. No empathy for any of these individuals.
Yes, we saw that. Oh, long cuck.
at times mocking them with hand gestures, or rolling his eyes multiple times, that is not an indication or a sign of someone who has empathy.
No.
Who is sorry for what he has done.
It was intentional.
We may never know the true why. But we were provided with nothing here today other than a feeble attempt to blame mental health, which frankly does a disservice to those who truly suffer from mental health issues.
Yes.
I understand why his family might cling to that because of the difficulty in coming to grips with a loved one doing such heinous things.
Yes.
But for Mr. Brooks, it's nothing more than indifference,
a game,
deflection, and outright denial of what he did and the impact that he has caused as a result of his heinous actions.
And he still continues to exhibit
I searched
to this day
for a mitigating factor in this case. I waited patiently for an apology, a true apology.
Not going to happen.
I didn't get it. And not for my benefit, but for the victims.
And as he stands there with his little sign, thinking that he's righteous,
the law
in his
allows me to look at things such as Mr. Brooks's prior criminal history,
and it
including the
shows you
history
everything.
of criminal offenses and pending charges.
This is an evil
The
person.
history of undesirable behavior patterns,
Horrible.
which can include dismissed, uncharged, or unproven offenses or facts, even including expunged offenses not really relevant here.
It shows a pattern.
Acts resulting in probation revocation.
It shows a pattern.
Of course, those are part of his criminal history, nothing specific to these charges. I can look at his personality, character, and social traits, the vicious or aggravated nature of the crimes, the degree of his culpability, his demeanor at trial and truthfulness, his age, his educational background and employment record, his remorse, repentance, and cooperativeness, his need for close rehabilitative control, the rights of the public, the recommendations of the interested parties, including victims and family members of homicide victims.
He doesn't get it.
I can consider statements made by his own family.
Claims ignorance now that he's done horrible deeds.
I can certainly consider the length of pretrial detention, which I'd note, though, when facing 6 life sentences, is really a fraction of the time available to this court. The loss of life in this case is certainly one of the aggravating factors here today. The number of people injured, also an aggravating factor.
Because this man didn't give a shit about no one.
Reach into the community. Certainly palpable.
Math boy fly, I think.
Because this was a Christmas parade. I think it was a comment earlier, either today or yesterday, that this was not like one act where Mr. Brooks drove into a crowd of people. This was sustained driving from block to block to block to block, picking off people that were unsuspecting.
It's like a real life game of Carmageddon.
68, 69 times.
But not a video game.
driving over people as
Actual
if they were
human
nothing
lives.
more than speed bumps.
Come on, Judge.
What's also aggravated is his conduct after he drove through the parade. Crashing his vehicle in an attempt to flee. It's pretty evident based upon the evidence and testimony from trial that Mr. Brooks had no idea there were these logs in that backyard that could damage his vehicle. He was attempting to flee when he ran over them, and it ultimately disabled that vehicle.
Homie thought he was in a,
And he was
in a game of
forced to abandon it.
Grand Theft Auto.
He ditched it, leaving personal identification information in it and his phone in a clear attempt to get out of there in a hurry.
Because
And then
Home
we
Chicken
have that
doesn't
series
believe
of
that he's guilty.
videos that we saw at trial of him going through backyards,
Oh, he
coming
knows
in
he's
contact
guilty.
with people asking to use phones,
He just
ultimately
thinks
ending
that the
up
whole world is out
at
to get
Mr.
him.
Ryder's home, who graciously took him in. Never once, Mr. Brooks showing any signs of distress, of any emotion of what he had just done. Cool, calm, collected. Certainly not a sign of someone who had any remorse for what he had just done.
We got
Someone
that.
who's involved in an accident, even a tragic accident, one where they flee the scene and are later caught.
Raise your hand if you've ever been a
Oftentimes
small fender bender.
show incredible remorse, tears. Not tears for themselves, but tears for what they've caused. A recognition of the loss of life, for example, from their conduct. Nothing. An individual
Brooks, so you
who
don't realize
simply
it's a little bit too
wanted
late for your
to flee.
bullshit.
that
She
is
ain't buying
the
it.
epitome of consciousness of guilt evidence. Fleeing, changing your appearance, taking off the sweatshirt, not even caring that your shoes are off your feet because you're so intent on fleeing the area. Putting your hair up from it being down.
It's got to be rough, Darrell.
No doubt, this is by far and away one of the most aggravated cases I've ever presided over. The sheer magnitude of the loss, the number of victims,
We know.
the types of crimes for which the jury has convicted him. 6
Get on
counts
with it.
of intentional homicide, 61 counts of first-degree recklessly endangering safety, 6 counts of hit and run, 2 counts of felony bail jumping, 1 count of misdemeanor battery. What's further aggravated is the fact that he was out on bond. He should have had no contact with Erica Patterson.
None.
But the rules mean nothing to Mr. Brooks. Nothing.
Nothing.
He didn't care.
Preach it. Say
This
it,
was
sister.
someone who on two prior occasions charged with, frankly, causing mayhem.
Ma'am.
One, a reckless endangering safety for discharging a firearm.
Preach it.
The other for battering and then running over Erica Patterson's foot.
Well, it was a little foot.
This court does get to consider the
Consider.
other act's evidence
Slap it.
that the state sought to
Spank
introduce
it.
at trial.
Do it.
That other act's evidence includes that on November 2 of 2021,
Yep.
Milwaukee police took a complaint from Erica Patterson
Come on.
that Mr. Brooks had run over her with his vehicle and tried to kill her.
Oh, boy.
She had tire marks on her right
Math boy.
pant leg. She could not move her leg, and had blood coming from her mouth.
Ouch.
On that date, Mr. Brooks was driving the same vehicle that he drove through the parade.
Ouch.
Erica Patterson was conveyed to Frederick Memorial Hospital.
Slap.
Her injuries received medical attention. She even had that boot on her leg on November 21 of 2021.
A boot.
She described Mr. Brooks to police as yelling at her, using profanity, as she tried walking past him when she was at a gas station.
He
I
was
think
just looking
initially
for
before
something.
that,
Come
at
on.
another location, but ultimately where he allegedly ran over her was at a gas station and
Gas
caused
station.
the injury to her leg.
Ouch.
Struck her in the face once with a closed fist, causing pain and bleeding without her consent.
Bitch be talking back.
And then it was after she walked away
Walked.
that he followed her.
Gimped.
When police had contact with him, he denied driving his mother's vehicle.
Don't know what you're talking about. Never saw it.
When police had contact with him at his house, he
House.
ignored their commands because he was found in the vehicle, claiming that he was having an anxiety attack upon the sight of the
palpitations.
squad car and needed to get into the home to get his inhaler.
I gotta get my inhaler. Hard to breathe.
When I say the rules don't matter to Mr. Brooks and court orders mean nothing,
Nothing.
Mr. Brooks was in custody, and there are jail phone calls where he's berating
Talking
Erica
shit.
Patterson,
Miss
encouraging
Patterson.
her to recant,
Take it back, bitch.
blaming her for what had happened,
It's all your fault.
saying things on that phone call like, you trying to make it seem like everything is always everyone else's fault but yours. Like you don't never do anything to cause shit. And the whole cause of this shit was something that you fucking did.
Damn.
He ended
speak
the
it,
call by
Judge.
telling Erica Patterson, you did this shit and you couldn't even keep your mouth shut after numerous people told you that shit. This
Ooh.
ain't the place for you to be doing this shit. And
Yeah.
you still ran your mouth. And I'm the one sitting in here facing all this time.
Come on, Judge. Preach it. Say it like you mean it.
Repeatedly calls her a bitch.
Whoa.
During a phone call on November 11th, Darrel Brooks is overheard or captured saying, why in the hell would I just try to mow her down knowing I could kill her like that? Like, okay, I probably got a few screws loose, but I ain't hardly no goddamn fool.
Fool.
He's complaining that she won't help post his bail. You
Bill.
didn't put a cent on my bail.
Sin.
Why should someone else have to pay for some shit you caused?
Woo. Preach, Judge. Judge be seeing all of it.
The end, apparently, of that conversation, or at least moments later, he says to her, nah, I didn't try to do anything because if I tried to do something, you wouldn't be on the phone now. That's what you're not realizing. If I really tried to do something, you wouldn't be on the phone now.
Whoa.
That is the rage and the anger that Mr. Brooks had on November 21 of 2021 when he
Slap her down.
tracked down Erica Patterson, confronted her. This wasn't about him getting money from her,
No
like
money.
he lied to Detective Carpenter about.
No money.
This was to confront her.
Threat.
He clearly hit her, we know that.
Smack the bitch down.
This is the type of man that drove through the Christmas parade, enraged because, frankly, it's entirely possible that Corey Runkle and Nicholas Kirby saved the life of Erica Patterson. It's clear Mr. Brooks was hell-bent to cause harm to her, but she was able to get free, run back to her friends. Who knows what would have happened but for their intervention.
But he did save a life.
If you think back to the testimony of Nicholas Kirby,
Come on, Judge.
he felt bad
Hold it together.
for threatening Mr. Brooks, like somehow this was his fault. He was just trying to be there for his friend,
Yep.
someone he recently met.
Recently.
So, Mr. Brooks, that other act's evidence is a very clear indication of your poor moral character.
Or praise you,
It
Judge.
demonstrates unequivocally that you have absolutely no remorse for anything that you do. You have no
Preach it.
empathy for anyone. And that you are justified in the actions that you take.
Oh, of course he's justified.
In addition to that conduct, as part of your character, this court is able to look at and consider your prior record. And I'm well aware, sir, that you're raising an objection sign, but you have forfeited your right to be here, and I will
Yep.
not stop, and you will not be
There you
brought
go.
into this courtroom. I will continue.
Bridget, tell him. Give it to him.
This is his prior record, going back to 2000,
2000.
spanning what? Nevada, Georgia, at least police contact in Georgia. We have an unknown disposition, and Wisconsin.
Oh, Judge.
Substantial
Lay down.
battery in 2000, party to a crime. Put on probation. Ultimately, that was revoked. He went to prison.
Prison.
2002, felony possession of THC, jail time. 2003,
Time.
resisting obstructing jail time. 2005, a disorderly conduct ticket, but he failed to pay the forfeiture and ended up serving an alternative to incarceration. Sorry, he ended up serving for failing to pay 30
Boy
days
be
jail.
skating by.
2009, obstructing 2 days jail, meaning he lied to police.
Lying.
2010, strangulation.
Trying to choke her.
Battery was dismissed and read in, put on probation, ultimately revoked, serving 11 months jail.
11 months.
2012, misdemeanor
Almost a
bail
year.
jumping, possession of THC, with a number of other charges being dismissed and read in, 180 days jail concurrent. Also in 2012, a misdemeanor resisting or obstructing. So either he lied or he fled from police or did something to make their job more difficult. 37
whatever.
days jail consecutive.
Bitches be chasing me.
In Nevada in 2006, domestic battery, a suspended sentence.
Slapped her down.
Obstructing after being found guilty at trial, for which he served jail time.
Ah, it's just a couple
2007,
days.
statutory sexual seduction as a felony.
She told
This
me
is
she was
for
18.
impregnating Erica Patterson when she was a minor. 2016, charged with not being in compliance with the sex offender registry requirements, for which there is an outstanding warrant. In Georgia,
find him.
a 2021 arrest for battery, domestic violence,
She was talking shit.
presumably with Erica Patterson, based upon where she came from at that time. But I won't make, I say presumably, but frankly doesn't matter who it was with. We also know that there's the 2003 paternity case out of Waukesha County. Why is that relevant?
Come on, Judge,
Because
you
8
sweet.
times during that case, a warrant has been issued for contempt of court, meaning for failure to pay his financial obligations to a child or children.
He's a tender little beta boy.
The pending cases for which one pending case, I should say, he was, I don't believe, charged with bail jumping for that one. The 20 CF 2550 2 counts of recklessly using a weapon, felon in possession of a firearm, released ultimately in March of 2021.
Why?
He's accused in that case of firing a shot. There were
Bang.
two occupants in a vehicle. One was his nephew, and when he was picked up by police, a loaded Beretta, 9mm, which had previously been reported as stolen, was found in his possession. I already talked about the other acts evidence, that is the for which he was charged with felony bail jumping, the second-degree recklessly endangering
Jumping?
safety for
Come on, Judge.
allegedly running over Erica Patterson, the battery DV, DCDV, and a resisting obstructing.
He's evil.
And then the second would be he was charged with intimidation of a victim,
He's a piece of shit.
felony
Come on,
bail
Judge.
jumping for conduct
He's a piece of shit.
on November 8th. So November 2nd, November 8th.
Piece of shit. Piece of shit. Piece of shit. Piece of shit.
This is clearly someone with a demonstrated violent history and past. Someone who has absolutely no regard for anyone but himself.
Obviously.
To say that he is a lifelong criminal, I think is accurate. He disobeys law enforcement, he disrespects court orders,
You think?
and he certainly demonstrated that he has no respect for these proceedings.
Of course.
Multiple acts of violence, violent, dangerous behavior that predated the attack on the Waukesha Christmas Parade.
All the way back 2000.
His character, or lack thereof, is also demonstrated by his complete and utter denial of culpability in this case.
They should get out of the way.
His blaming of his mental health or alleged
I'm
mental
unstable.
health. There's no evidence that he was suffering from a manic episode. I went through all of that earlier today,
Mania.
going through the 4 reports related to the special plea.
All 4.
None of those doctors found support for his special plea.
Special needs, more like it.
Mr. Brooks talked about, at times, this being the will of God or that all things happen for a reason. I'm here to tell you, Mr. Brooks,
That's not
you
how
are
it
not
rolls.
an instrumentality of God. Death may be inevitable to all
Yes.
of us,
Yes, it is.
but you cut the lives of 6 individuals short.
Yes.
You alone, Mr. Brooks, cut the lives of these 6 innocent people short.
Could have not done it.
I talked earlier about how I believe he's intelligent,
Smart.
deliberate, and purposeful in what
Smart
he does.
ass. He's a piece of shit.
I've considered that you have treatment needs.
Special needs.
Perhaps there are intersecting mental health issues as it relates to your personality disorder, but those issues can best be addressed in a confined setting.
Yes.
The Department of Corrections
Confined.
will be charged statutorily to evaluate you and to provide any medical or mental health treatment that you need.
See how that works.
This is a case that falls squarely on the need to protect the community. I referenced this earlier. There's
Do
really
this.
3 primary
Come on,
reasons for the sentences I will impose here today.
Give it.
One is punishment,
Punishment.
one is to protect the community,
Protect us.
and the other is to provide justice and closure
Justice.
to the victims. Because under that category of need to
Terminator
protect, the
judge.
court does get to consider the impact of these crimes
Come on, Judge
on the
Dredd.
victims.
Bring it.
I went through at length in reviewing all of those victim impact statements. I certainly didn't go through every single one, just highlighting some of them, but doing so with purpose,
Purpose.
because it is very clear to this court
It's got pretty bad.
that Mr. Brooks has caused carnage, mayhem.
Yep.
It has resulted in many people suffering from PTSD, from mental and emotional trauma
Boy, don't
that
care
will take
about
a
the
lifetime
shit.
to recover from, and for some, perhaps, if at all. You have taken away from these individuals future memories. They will never have birthdays with the 6 individuals who were killed. There
Yep.
will be no weddings.
None.
There will be no graduations.
None.
There will be none of the milestones that these families were looking forward to, whether it be for an innocent 8-year-old or an innocent 79-year-old.
Because you're a piece of shit.
Frankly, Mr. Brooks, no one is safe from you.
None.
This community can only be safe if you are behind bars for the
Forever.
rest of
And
your
ever.
life.
And ever.
The actions of Darrel Brooks demand punishment. The
Punishment.
community is not safe from your violent and criminal conduct unless you are in custody.
Punish me, Mom.
You left a path of destruction, chaos, death, injury, confusion, and panic as you drove 7 or so blocks through the Christmas parade, never once stopping or seemingly caring about the wake of carnage
Never
that you
cared.
left.
Peace.
4 of those blocks were turned into a scene that frankly is no different than a war zone.
War zone. Find that resolve.
On counts 1 through 6, this court is imposing a life sentence without the possibility or eligibility for extended supervision consecutive to one another.
Damn.
1 life sentence for Virginia Sorensen.
Everyone. Judge knows.
1 life sentence for Leanna Owen.
1.
1 life sentence for Tamara Durand. 1 life sentence for Jane Kulik.
Darrel,
1
they're
life
gonna break you,
sentence for
boy.
Bill Hospital.
We're going to break you, Darrel.
And 1 life sentence for Jackson Sparks.
That was a little boy you killed. Think about it, Darrel.
I've considered the enhancer and the additional 5 years that I could impose, but I don't need to really order that because I've not made him eligible for extended supervision, and it would only be to increase his time on initial confinement. But make no mistake, Mr. Brooks, you use that vehicle as a battering ram, no different than, frankly, a firearm. On counts 7 through 67, these are 61 counts of first-degree
61.
recklessly endangering safety.
61.
These charges alone and these convictions without the enhancer carry a maximum of 12 and a half years. Because of the enhancer, a total of 17 and a half years. And under Wisconsin law, the 5 years is added to the initial term of confinement. So what could be 7.5 years is a maximum of 12.5 years.
12 for each
And
one.
I'd ask that everyone no longer show any reaction to the sentence so I can get through this. On counts 7 through 67, on
7
each
through
count, I will
67.
impose a total sentence of 17.5 years.
17.
12.5 years of initial confinement,
12 and a half.
plus 5 years of extended supervision, consecutive to any other sentence that I've imposed here today. That
Consecutive.
is 762.5 years of initial confinement and 305 years of extended supervision on top of the life sentences that I've imposed.
You better hope you're
That
Jesus.
is 17.5 years, sir, for Nicole White. 17.5 years for Eleanor Andrews.
Is it hitting you yet, Darrel?
Anders, excuse me.
You feeling it yet?
17.5 years for Sasha Catalan Castillo.
She's going to name every
17
single one
and a
of
half
them.
years for Maura Gilchrist.
You have to hear each one.
17 and a half years for Justin Gullickson.
Feel the pain.
17 and a half years for Harry Guilfoy.
Each one of them
17
you killed.
and a half years for Aiden Lofgren.
Each one you damaged.
17 and a half years for Theo Maza.
Each one you hurt.
17 and a half years for Tyler Hudliner.
Each one you crushed.
17 and a half years for Connor Tank.
Each one you had no
17
hope
and a
for.
half years for Eric Teagues.
Each one you had no respect
17
for.
and a half years for Adelia Maffioli.
Each one you had indifference
17
for.
and a half years for Kelly Graybow.
Each one that didn't love you.
17 and a half years for Josh Craner.
Each one that do not
17
care about you.
and a half years for Riley Rogers.
Each one that will die.
17 and a half years for Caden Rogers.
Each one that does not.
17 and a half years for Tucker Sparks.
Each one.
17 and a half years for Isabella Bartlett.
Each one.
17 and a half years for Yaritzi Becerra Montez.
Each one.
17 and a half years for Samantha Coelho.
She will
17 and a
name.
half years for Madison Hollingsworth.
Each one.
17 and a half years for Mackenzie.
And you should hear those
17 and a
names
half years for Kathleen Peelmeyer.
every time
17 and a half years for Julia Schleichow.
that you're showering,
17 and a half years for Olivia Stover.
that you're eating,
17 and a half years for Jennifer Stover.
that you're breathing,
17 and a half years for Jesselyn Torres.
that you're existing,
17 and a half years for Alice Urell.
that you're getting raped,
17 and a half years for Charlotte
that you
Urell.
exist,
17 and a half years for Vivian Urell.
for the lives you
17 and a half years for Grayson
took
Urell.
each time,
17 and a half years for Lola Hospital.
that you exist,
17 and a half years for Tamara Rosentreader.
that you act like an
17 and a half years for Betty Strang.
ass for being deaf,
17 and a half years for Maria Alvarez Dominguez.
that your diabetes sets
17
in,
and a half years for Gregoria Romelia Perez.
that you're denied
17 and a half years for Elliot Hallmark. 17
existence
and a half years for Benjamin Hallmark.
in polite
17
society,
and a half years for Patrick Heppy.
for being a piece of
17 and a half years for Lori Locken.
shit, that your
17
life
and a half years for Marisol Lopez Gutierrez.
does not
17 and a half years for Adair Lopez Rubelar.
mean
17 and a half years for Juan Marquez.
a single thing
17 and a half years for David Marquez.
to these people
17 and a half years for William Mitchell.
that would have helped you
17 and a half years for Jason Petchloff.
at any given point
17
in
and
time
a half years for Margaret Pachulis.
to make sure
17 and a half years for Yamilet Perales Alvarez.
that you were taken care
17 and a half years for Island Perales Alvarez.
of because you could have been
17 and a half years for Ashley Perales
part of
Alvarez.
this community,
17 and a half years for Jose Perales Alvarez.
that you decided
17 and a half years for Maria Perez.
to destroy
17
life
and a half years for Camila Perez Gonzalez.
for your indifference,
17 and a half years for Isaac Foglia.
for your uncaring,
17 and a half years for Deborah Ramirez.
for your hate,
17 and a half years for Charles Green. 17 and a half years for Lily Green.
for your inability
17 and a half years for Brinley Harris.
to understand
17 and a half years for Kelsey Knapp.
that you
17 and a half years for Owen Ricciati.
are not
On count 68 through 73,
part of
which are the 6
Community
counts of hit and run resulting in death.
that
These
would
are
have loved you,
25-year felonies each.
would have supported you,
The court will do the following. On count 68, a 25-year total sentence, 15 years of initial confinement, 10 years of extended supervision. This will be concurrent to count 1. Count 69, the same sentence, 25 years total, 15 years of initial confinement, 10 years of extended supervision, concurrent to count 2. Did I say that the right way, the first one? Okay. Count 68 is concurrent to count 1. Count 69 is concurrent to count 2. Count 70, 25 years total, 15 years of initial confinement, 10 years of extended supervision, concurrent to count 3.
Because
Count 71, 25 years total, 15
Darrel
years of
Brooks.
initial confinement, 10 years of extended supervision, concurrent
the games are
to count
over.
4. Count 72, 25-year
You
total,
destroyed this community.
15 years of initial confinement, 10 years of extended supervision,
You
concurrent
destroyed
to
these
count
people.
5. And on count 73,
Your
a
indifference,
25-year total sentence,
your
15
hatred.
years of initial confinement, 10 years of extended supervision,
It's not a,
concurrent to count 6.
never has
On
been.
count 74 and 75, the 2 felony counts of bail jumping,
This
the court is ordering a
is
6-year sentence total on each count, 3 years of
Justice.
initial confinement, 3 years of extended supervision, consecutive to all other counts but concurrent with one another. And lastly, but certainly not least, the maximum sentence for the battery to Erica Patterson, 9 months consecutive to any other sentence. To order anything other than what I have done, sir, would be to unduly depreciate the seriousness of these offenses. It is needed, although largely symbolic, given the number of years that I have imposed here today, because frankly, you deserve it. I know it's symbolic, but it needs to hold you accountable in a very real and tangible way. For
Something
all of these
someone should have
sentences
done a
that I
long
have
time ago.
imposed, I will order the following conditions: no contact with the victims as identified in the amended victim key or their families, no contact of any kind with Erica Patterson. You are to pay restitution in the amount of $47,193.29 to EMC Insurance Company, that's on behalf of the Waukesha School District,
your
and
money.
$124,000, $220.65 to the Crime Victim Compensation Program.
The only reason it is so high because so many.
I'm
people
ordering DNA
contributed.
surcharges on all counts. On counts 1 through 75, it's $250. On count 76, it's $200. Those are mandatory under the law. I'm also imposing the domestic abuse surcharge on count 76 of $100. I'm also imposing all standard court costs on all counts,
Rot.
although my primary
In
emphasis is that restitution be paid before costs, surcharges, and fees. I will order that restitution, costs, and fees be paid out of prison money. In other words, that all financial obligations shall be collected pursuant to statutory provisions as requested by the state. That's frankly a standard, it's customary, but it will be in
You
the
feeling the
judgment
weight of it
conviction.
yet, Darrell?
And then pursuant to 949.165, I'll find that it is appropriate for this court to order an escrow account under 949.165 for payment of restitution, costs, fees, surcharges, and even for costs associated with prior legal representation or future
Badass.
representation under the statute. Mr. Brooks has been convicted of a number of serious crimes for which this section is
Games are over,
appropriate.
Darrell.
I will order 360
Games are
days
over.
credit as to count 1 and count 68. Only all other counts, 0 days credit because of the consecutive nature of the sentences that I've imposed here today. I calculated that with my sentence calculator. Of course, that is through yesterday because these sentences commence today. There are a number of advisements I must go through. First of all, Mr. Brooks will be provided with a written explanation of determinate life sentence regarding the first-degree intentional homicide charges. Of course, he's not eligible for release to extended supervision. That form defines extended confinement for him, and there's other language on here that he can read at his convenience. He also will be provided with the notice of right to seek post-conviction relief form. The court will fill out the caption for him. He is instructed to review it. and review the defendant's acknowledgement, make the appropriate selection, sign and date it, and return that to the court. I must advise you, sir, you have been convicted of a felony. That means you may not vote in any election until your civil rights
Many.
are restored. You may not possess a firearm.
Ever.
You may not possess body armor. Both of those are punishable as
Yeah,
felonies.
your objection don't matter.
You also have 20 days from today's date to appeal the decision of this court. Does the state believe I've overlooked anything here today?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, those documents will be provided to Mr. Brooks. I will note for the
Sorry,
record,
Judge.
at many times during my final sentencing remarks, he was holding up an objection sign. That objection is noted for the record. This now concludes this hearing and this case. We are now off the record.
Do you want to do the motion stay pending appeal, or we could do it another
I want
day?
to wait till I sign the judgment of conviction. I'm not making any determinations regarding where he is to be held. That certainly is within the, once the judgment of conviction is signed, I'll address the motion for stay pending appeal. But my understanding is he
That
needs to
right
be
there
transported to Milwaukee, and I will not stand in the way of that.
Is not
All
enough
right,
justice.
I'll schedule that once the judgment of conviction is signed.
Understood.
We are in
Thank you.
recess.
Okay.
Thank you, everyone.
Damage this man caused. Because it's about to get clapped. See them boys right there? They're going to make sure that that man is carried back to his jail cell. He'll be put in general population. And what happens from there, it's hard to tell. It's going to be rough. To all of you, good luck and good night.